women to embark on their own journey of courage and excellence. We have carefully curated today's sessions to delve deep into the various challenges and opportunities that define the contemporary experience of working women. From addressing the gendered nuances of mental health to advocating for greater representation in entrepreneurship and exploring how women are redefining the landscape of the arts, each discussion promises to be thought-provoking and enlightening. To this end, the event has brought together a diverse array of women leaders from science, arts, cinema, space exploration, and corporate leadership to engage in a meaningful dialogue and chart the course towards greater inclusivity and equity for women across the nation. We are here today to honor and celebrate the contributions of women who are indeed holding up their share of the sky and beyond. Let us come together and give a big round of applause to all the women present here today. Can I have a big round of applause, everyone? A bit louder, please. Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to take a quick moment to express our gratitude to those who have made this event possible, our sponsors. The event's co-sponsor is Anuj Tiles, and associate sponsors are Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai and Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. To our esteemed audience, thank you for taking the time out to be here. We would also encourage you to share your thoughts and experiences about this event on social media. Please use the hashtag IT Women Summit. Now, without further delay, let me invite onto the stage India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to kickstart the Power-Packed Conclave by sharing his opening remarks. Welcome, Raj.
Good morning, ladies, and a few gentlemen. Thank you for taking time out to come for this special summit on gender equality, and a special thank you to our distinguished speakers who, despite their busy schedules, have made it a point to come here. I am delighted actually to meet Dr. Pratima Murthy, Director of NIMHANS, who's going to be our keynote speaker in the first session. We first met, we were discussing almost 40 years ago. She was, I think, a student. I was a budding journalist, and she was growing beans in her backyard. I don't know why I came to talk to you, but but she had a sparkle about her and a diligence which I recall, and it indicated that she would excel. And here she is again as head of the most prestigious and premier mental institution. So welcome, Pratima, and let's give a very warm round of applause. She is, in fact, I think, a prime example of gender equality and equity that this summit hopes to promote. And by the way, it was strange today because the captain of my flight was a woman pilot. Okay, and I thought that was truly serendipitous. And seated next to me was someone I just said, "What do you do?" And she was a woman, of course. And she said, "I was a drape artist." For a moment, I thought this had something to do with curtains. But it happens that, and then I think all women understand, it means saris. And she's supposed to be a phenomenal expert in this. She talked to me about saris of various states. I didn't know the kind of varieties of saris, how they're tied. And this conversation went on throughout the flight. And she said one of the reasons why Indian women, and I see a lot of Indian women not wearing saris, Pratima, you are, and so is Nali, is because they feel it's difficult to wear a sari. And she says she's got the world record of tying a sari in 18 seconds. Any of you all can beat this? No? Okay. So these are two good examples of how Indian women excel in whatever they take up if they're given the opportunity. And her name is Dolly Jane. And she said that she dropped out of school because her father had a lot of trouble. And she passed only 7th standard. And she had this passion about saris and how they should be draped. And she took it up, and now she's probably the most wanted sari drapiest that I know of. So, and that's one of the reasons why India Today actually is here in this summit because we decided that particularly this is one, let's say, one half of the sky, as they say, that had been largely neglected in many senses in this country. But this is, I'm talking decades ago. And we brought out a special issue called the She List. This is the first time we did it in 48 years of India Today, where we said that let's bring out a sampling of 100 women who have excelled in their respective professions, who have reached the top through their dint of their hard work and talent. I know there are maybe more than just 100, but over 100,000 and even more such women, but we could only sample them. And many of them will be speaking to us today about how they did what they did. The other reason we chose Chennai as the headquarters, or the why we decided to hold the summit here, the Women's Gender Equity Summit, is because Tamil Nadu is truly ahead of the curve when it comes to gender equality. On the flight, I had downloaded the policy document that the Tamil Nadu government headed by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin brought out in 2021, essentially to ensure gender equality and end all kinds of gender discrimination. So I see a lot of young students here. I would suggest that you pick up this document and read it because it's your rights that you deserve. And it's one of the most progressive policies. But we hope, it's been only 2021 and we know it takes a decade, maybe a generation to change attitudes that is there. And at least in these 3-4 years, much progress has been made. So just coming quickly to 4 points, I won't keep you. We've already started late and I apologize for that. Just briefly, 5 areas that if one looks at is key to gender equity or equality, whatever term that you use to define women's rights and why we should involve them in a big way in our development. The first, of course, is workforce participation and pay parity. Every one of y'all I see a lot of students who are aspiring, and that's very key to y'all. If you study, take a look at statistics, the Indian labor force participation for women stands at only 20%, 20 to 26%. It's a bit of a deceptive number, but think about it. 50% women are there, or maybe 49 if you take the gender male-female ratio, and only 20% of that adult population, compared to men, which is almost 88%, are in jobs. Now, if you take major economies like China and United States, 56% of women are part of the workforce in the US. In China, it is 61%. So if you look at the other discriminations, and this is something all of those who worked as well as those who are going to work will feel, that women in India earn 19% less than men on an average. This is a monster salary survey that was done recently, and this is something we need to correct. It's completely unfair. The second thing I think is that if you look at where women are working, so that's why I said the number is deceptive. A large number of them are in agriculture. And only now in the IT sector, and you are getting things. Otherwise, it's informal employment. So the percentage that I found was that 65% of women workers in India are in agriculture. And if you take that and put men, it's only 48% of men who are there. Now, why is this important? There are studies to show that if women join the workforce in large numbers, you had the kind of percentage, 56, 61% that China had, our GDP growth would be 2% more. That's enormous for a country of our size. We were hoping to reach the 5 trillion mark. If we got all the women working, we'd do it in quick time, not 2047, not 2030, or whatever target, will be much earlier than that. The second thing, and quickly, is that education and empowerment. I think that's very critical if we have to get gender parity and inclusivity. And here, again, just one statistics to illustrate the problem. 66%, the literacy rate for women Indian women is 66%, for men 82%. Why the discrimination? That we should close this education gap and also the wage gap that I talked about earlier. The third is health disparities. And if you take a look at our maternal mortality, that is mothers who die after birth, it is 113 deaths per 100,000 births, right? If you look at United States, that's 17. And if you look at China, it's 29. So we are 4 times more than China. 4 times more young women are dying because of childbirth or whatever reasons than in other countries. We need to do something urgently about it. Apart from infant mortality, again, our rates are very high, 28.3 deaths per 1,000 births, whereas United States, 5.4. I'm just giving you China, if you want to make a comparison, 7.6. 2 critical areas where women's health is very important. Tamil Nadu, just a little deviation, made a very important change when it did the midday meal scheme. Everybody scoffed at it. But it did 2 things. One, the children, all the young boys and girls were fed well. So their survival rates went up. 2, they brought pregnant women into the program. And because of that, their mortality rates began to go down. And the combined effect saw Tamil Nadu reach 0 population growth even before it got the kind of literacy that normally you associate 0 population growth. So focus on the women and you'll get a revolution on this. Then quickly, and the last one, or maybe the second last one, is the 4th aspect is the legal and social rights of women. We know that gender-based violence is enormous in this country. Sexual abuse persists. One study showed that 18% of women, 18.4%, that's 1 out of 5 Indian women aged between 15 and 49 years, reported that they had been either subject to physical or sexual violence at some point of their life. And this by a current or intimate partner. So if you look, again, the issue of marriage, around 27% of women in India were married before the age of 18. As you now know that the Uniform Civil Code has just been passed in Uttarakhand that makes it a criminal offense to be married before 18, but we still have almost 1 out of 4 Indian women married before 18. Why is that important? That we must raise it because if women, 2 things happen. Women can get into careers. They can also delay childbirth. Otherwise, you have 5, 6 children, which is what was the norm earlier. And you become productive, or women become productive and contribute to the economy and become independent in their own careers. So it's very important that we get into this thing. The 5th, and I'm just racing through, is, of course, leadership. Representation in terms of thing. And there's a huge underrepresentation in leadership positions. You look at boardrooms, they say that only around 15% of board seats in India's largest listed companies are held by women. And if you look at CEOs, only 5% of CEOs in India's top 500 companies are women. This has to change. The good thing that has happened is that women's representation in the 2-tier, 3-tier governance because of the Panchayati Raj Act has really shot up. But when it came to parliament, there's only 14% representation in the last, this is 2019, of women. Prime Minister Modi and his government has just passed the Women's Reservation Act, which reserves 33% of the Lok Sabha seats for women. This is a revolution. Of course, it will happen. It's a delayed revolution because they said it would happen only in 2026 after they do the delimitation and expand the parliament. And then this 33% reservations there. But it's historic and it's a very good start. Women, if they take leadership, as we've seen, one of the big things that happened across rural India, if you'll go, is self-help groups, women self-help groups. They've created a silent revolution. Each of them have become independent earners, winners for their family. They now, in fact, earn as much as their husbands do. And so, therefore, they have demonstrated that if you empower women, they not only change their own lives, but they change the country. With these few words, we look forward to all the speakers that are going to make their presentations and their analysis of how we can improve gender equity, the equitable gender equality, and of course, ensure that we have uniform growth, everything is fair, everything is inclusive. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Raj, for setting the tone of the event, and those were a lot of numbers and a lot of insight. Now let's quickly move on to our first session of the day. It's a fireside chat on the crucial topic of women and mental health, managing the mind, where we will discuss why working women in India are way more stressed than their counterparts in other parts of the world, and what they can do about it. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speaker for the day, Dr. Pratima Murthy, Director of National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, popularly called as NIMHANS. Welcome, ma'am. Moderating this fireside chat will be India Today's Deputy Editor, Suhani Singh. Over to you, Suhani.
Hello. Okay, great. So, women have been at the forefront, I think, of the mental health revolution and awareness, and there's no better person than Dr. Pratima Murthy here to enlighten us about what's happening in this spectrum. I'll just briefly introduce Dr. Pratima Murthy. She is presently the Director and Senior Professor of Psychiatry at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, popularly known as NIMHANS in Bangalore. She's a prolific author. She has more than 300 research publications in index journals and scientific books to her credit. And for all the recognition that she's earned in research, she has received numerous awards and honors, including the Lifetime Achievement Award from Rotary and the Dr. Raja Ramana State Award by the Government of Karnataka. Please extend a warm welcome to Dr. Pratima Murthy.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Murthy, I think because we are here at the India Today Women's Summit on Gender Equity, first thing I'd like to start off with is, there's been a lot of conversation recently about gender differences and their impact on mental health. Can you please elaborate that, especially from an Indian perspective? Do you see that? Are women particularly the targets of mental health more, and perhaps coming up more and not saying it? What do you see is happening in that spectrum? Yeah.
I just wanted to start off by saying this was introduced as a fireside chat. It's rather cold here. I would actually like a fireplace. So let me start answering your question by actually taking off where Raj left off. And I think that speaks, some of the numbers that he mentioned actually speaks for why women at this point are more vulnerable to mental health problems. Merely a lot of it is explained by the socio-cultural context, the disadvantages that women suffer, the lack of opportunities that they suffer, the expectation of women as being able to handle several things at the same time, lack of equal opportunity maybe at the workplace. So a lot of these early marriage, so a lot of these are the social determinants, if you will, of mental disorders. Then of course, when you look at common mental disorders like depression and anxiety, because of a lot of these vulnerabilities and this exposure to stress, women are naturally more likely to have common mental disorders. When you talk about severe mental illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar mood disorder and so on, they are more gender equitable, which means that the biology perhaps kind of confers the same kind of risks to both men and women. But if you look at access to treatment, the delays in getting treated, outcomes from disorders, women are again more disadvantaged. And of course, when you look at perhaps the biological construct, the physiological construct, women tend to be more internalizers, which means they are more likely, to keep things to themselves, to not easily express things. Men tend to be more externalizers. They are more, socially, aggressive, perhaps. Substance use is more common usually among men. So that's another pattern. So a lot of these things. So people talk about the genetics and the familial risk. They talk about the exposome or the environment where there might be, for example, we also spoke about domestic violence. So many of those disadvantages that women may face, the physiological differences that particularly women during childbirth or during menstrual cycles may actually have hormonal differences which make them more vulnerable. And of course, in these support systems, one of the things that's always struck me is that I work in a field of mental health and addictions. When there is a man with a problem, there are several family members who come with the person. But when a woman comes into treatment, there's very little social support that comes with it. So some of these things together kind of really determine. So now there's something called the environmentome, which is basically the larger environment. And that's where we need to look at policies, we need to look at programs that actually help women attain an equitable and a fair playing field.
Noted, ma'am. I'm going to quickly run through you a survey that was done in 2023 titled Women at Work by Deloitte. And it was done across 10 countries. And it showed that the stress levels of Indian working women were relatively higher than in any of the other countries. And I mean, they identified many factors, but clearly you're seeing a pattern where women experience more stress than their male counterparts at work. What do you think are the reasons for such findings? What are perhaps the workspaces not accounting for when they are trying to achieve gender parity, but perhaps they're not taking into account that women are highly susceptible?
So in fact, there's a recent meta-analysis, which is really an evaluation of all the research in the area, just 2023, which actually suggests that the findings in terms of gender and work stress are fairly inconsistent. But given that area, I think it's very important to understand that, I mean, there's a very nice saying. I was working with the International Labour Organization on workplace prevention of mental health problems and substance use. It says whenever a worker goes into work, they don't leave their problems behind. So, whatever may be the problems that you have in the community, in your family, etc., it's very difficult to kind of disengage from that and completely concentrate on your work. Similarly, when there is a lot of stress at work and you go home, there is a tendency to take that. And nowadays, the digital space has made the work-home boundaries so diffuse that you're practically on the job 24/7, at least, and your entire working hours. In addition to that, there are several things, for example, like control over your speed of work, control over how much work you need to do, autonomy in the workplace, time in the workplace. And a lot of these things are, again, going back to the introductory comments that we heard, when you don't have that much autonomy, when you don't have that much control, and when you're not financially compensated adequately, all of this can be important areas of stress. The other thing is support at the workplace. For example, having a creche at the workplace where you can leave a child and be comfortable in the fact that the child is looked after well. Women have the additional burden of not only looking after the children, but usually the elders in the family as well. I mean, I don't want to call it a burden. I don't think it's fair to call it a burden, but it's true practically that, they have the additional responsibility of taking care of several other things. Right. So this kind of expectation that, you're going to balance everything together is a little unrealistic.
Yeah, like it's almost expected that the work-life balance when it comes to, family, you have to cook, you have to clean, you have to take care of the child. All of this a woman has to deal with, right? Yeah.
Although I must say that at least in urban India, there is a greater awareness of the need to have these responsibilities a little bit more equitably distributed, and you'll find that small things like this actually creates a difference. The expectation that, young boys and young girls also ought to share in family chores, for example, rather than believe that only the girl has to take care of all the responsibilities at home. I think these are very important.
I'm just going to factor this in because you mentioned about a creche. There's also recent talk about menstrual leave, and you brought up, menstrual condition can also. What are your opinions on that? Because there are certain companies like Zomato which are implementing it. Where do you stand on that?
Again, I think it depends on different people. There are a lot of people for whom it may not be an issue. But there might be people who suffer severe premenstrual syndromes, and I think for them these are very important issues. So rather than look at it as a blanket, I think it's important to look at it. So for example, on the other side, you have paternity leave, which is now granted to men, because men equally need to participate in the arrival of a child at home. So I think net, we're looking at more equitable and supportive, environments where whether it's women, men, depending upon their needs, there are certain concessions that are made. I think that's where we need to go.
I think a follow-up to this would be, what can women do with high-flying careers to develop that psychological resilience? Is there a magic potion that you can share with us? That how do we sort of get that balance?
You know, that feels like Superman or Superwoman. You take a swig of the magic potion and everything is hunky-dory. Not at all. I'm sure we can talk to several of the women achievers you have lined up today who will give you a lot of tips on how to do it.
And I must tell you, when I was working on the Sheila story, a lot of the people who we profiled in it spoke about mental health as well, that it's not just physical well-being, but mental health being as well.
So I think that's very critical. Again, I go back to the introductory comments this morning on how women in leadership roles can be very transformational in the way they perform their leadership roles. So I think being inclusive, getting more people on board, working in teams, sharing success, being empathetic are all ways in which women not only help others but also help themselves in a work environment. The second thing, of course, is I think reasonable time management, reasonable prioritization. That's also very critical. At the end of the day, it's also about having good support. Good support systems at home, at the workplace, and of course, having ways of unwinding. I think these are some of the simple things that I can straight away think of.
I want to know, what does Dr. Murthy do to unwind in Bangalore?
Let me say what I enjoy is my little trips out. So even this is, for example, a 4-hour outing from my routine. That helps me. So I love travel. Spending a little time to myself. I don't call it me time, but just some kind of quiet time is very, very useful. Any chance to be out in a garden or out in nature is something I really enjoy. And the occasional, of course, Netflix. You know, just watch about just about everything. So that keeps me.
Okay.
And spending time with my family.
Family? Netflix, you're a Netflix binger, huh? Do you like binge watching? Not that
I don't
much.
have the time to binge watch, but I certainly watch.
Great. You know, we were talking about mental health, and generally there is this idea that there is a stigma attached to talk about it. Like, can you actually say you have an anxiety disorder? You know, the hiring of people with bipolar disorders, or just people who are experiencing mental health ailments. And I think I quote you here, you said that there's an assumption that we need to be in control of our mental state 100% of the time. How do you see these misconceptions and attitudes in the current environment, especially when you have the Prime Minister during Man Ki Baat specifically bringing up topics of mental health? Is there a wave of change happening on that front, or are we still sort of, as you said, people who just internalize it and not express it?
Yeah, so I think there's an expectation that if you're happy, if you have to be happy, it means that you can't have any negative moments. I mean, that's simply not the case. You know, everybody has their ups and downs, and people who are generally mentally well also have their ups and downs, but it's just that they possibly train themselves to come back to the middle and to be more centered even when these things happen. So there are several other misconceptions about mental illness. You know, that one thing is this. The second thing is that, you know, it's wrong to talk about your mental state, that you have to be in control of it all the time. If it's a headache, you can talk about it, but if it's an anxiety, you can't talk about it. I mean, that's a kind of dichotomy we create between physical symptoms and mental symptoms. So I think it's important. We have a brain inside our head, and the brain is an organ just like the liver and the heart and the kidney and everything else. So when things go wrong, you know, maybe, you know, when things in the environment affect your brain, you know, you do get stressed, and therefore it's important to recognize that, but also know how to deal with it effectively. That's important. The other thing, of course, is that, you know, one must always be in control of oneself. It's a sign of weakness to have any kind of mental symptoms. Again, the fact is that just like physical symptoms occur, mental symptoms can occur. There is enough literature to suggest that whether it's, you know, eating disorders, whether it's depression or anxiety, there are chemical changes that occur in the brain. So, and typical examples also are, for example, as to why women have premenstrual symptoms. You know, that's not because they are weak. It's because they have certain, you know, types of constitution which makes them more vulnerable to these things. So understanding that is very critical. So similarly, getting help. that it's a stigma, and that's the stigma that you talked about. Acknowledging or accepting that one has a mental disorder, talking about a mental disorder, seeking help for a mental disorder are all in society stigmatized. Sadly enough, we stigmatize these important areas where help is available and people can get better, and society somewhere along the line, is more normalizes, let's say, the use of substances. So I think we have it wrong somewhere, and constantly the society needs to reorient ourselves to what really is a priority, and acknowledging mental health symptoms, seeking help certainly is a priority.
And I'll say that I think women sort of have been at the forefront of talking about it. We've had Deepika Padukone come forth and say that when she was perhaps experiencing the best professional high of her career, said that I was battling depression. You've had Amir Khan's daughter, Aira Khan, who is leading a mental health initiative. Would it be fair to say, ma'am, that there is now just general greater awareness about mental health awareness, and especially post-pandemic, when we began to hear words during pandemic such as, we had this fear-odemic, you had anxiety, you had stress, you had isolation. Have you seen that shift happen, that generally now people are like, yeah, or is it more flippantly used, like, oh, I'm going through anxiety, but maybe you are not. You hear of panic attacks. So is there more greater awareness of mental health overall?
I think generally there has been a greater awareness, and COVID certainly, has both led to an increase in what are called common mental disorders like depression and anxiety, but also I think made it more acceptable for people, A, to acknowledge it, and B, to try and reach out. And I think it's very, very important that people who are influencers in society also talk about these issues so that it's seen as more acceptable to get help, clearly. But it's also important to have the help available. If I have distress, if I don't know where to go to help and help is not available, that creates a problem too. And therefore, I think also creating opportunities for people to get help confidentially, and that's where technology helps. That, there are ways of reaching out to mental health care professionals. We have something called the Telemanas, which again was introduced by the government of India in October of the previous year. And in 1.5 years, we've had more than 6 lakh calls that have been serviced for sleep disturbances, exam anxiety, depression, interpersonal difficulties. So I think the fact that people can be helped with psychological problems which are not necessarily mental disorders. So I think that understanding is very important. Most people, like you and me, we're okay in terms of managing, but when the stress becomes too much, when we have things happening one after another, when we are vulnerable, there might be times in life where we need a little help. And, and we manage that, and then we're okay on our own. So I think having that kind of help in society is also very important.
Will you elaborate on this? Can you tell me a little bit about some of the helplines that are available? Because not everybody can perhaps go to a shrink. What are some of the things that are there, perhaps we are not aware in public. A lot of people actually go online and start looking for, online counseling sessions also became sort of a huge thing during COVID. So is there a lot of more, opportunities out there to address it?
So 14416 is one number that I'd like to share, because that's a Telemanas number, and that's available practically in every state, in every union territory, as the Telemanas cell, which allows people to just talk about what they want and provides them with one level of counseling, but also recognizes that if they have a more severe problem, that they can see a mental health care professional or go to thing. Similarly, many states have various other kinds of helplines. They have women's helplines, there are suicide helplines. Sneha in Chennai runs a very, very important helpline for people who are feeling that they don't want to live anymore in their life. So there are several other helplines like these which are trying to reach out to people. NGOs also have helplines which are trying to reach out to people. But the important thing is, I think, is that people must never feel that there is no help available. They must not be in a situation where they feel helpless and hopeless, because always, one of the things I always tell people is, even when all the doors seem closed, there will always be a window open. And trying to find that, helping people being able to find that, their feeling that, life is not worth living, or there is, it's futile, is something that we again must not make normal. We need to denormalize this kind of feeling that, people oughtn't to live, because every life is precious, and we need to support people to, get over and get back and get forward.
While we're talking about this, I'm just very curious, because we're talking about gender equity. What is it like at Nimhans and personally for you when you were pursuing a career in psychiatry, and there's neurosurgery there as well? How was it in the gender ratio? Were you one of the few girls in the classes, or was there gender parity there? And yeah, what is it like? Is your workforce staff divided between men and women? Tell me a little bit about that, ma'am.
So when I started, it seems like a long time ago, in 1985, in the mid-80s, we were just 2 girls in a class of, about 12 or 14 guys. But now I can tell you the number of women residents who come is 50-50. In neurosurgery, for a long time, for almost 2 or 3 decades, there was 1 neurosurgery faculty in our institution. Now we have 5 women residents, in pursuing their MCH in neurosurgery. All the 3 deans in my institution are women.
Wow, I think that merits a applause. 3 deans are women.
All the 3 deans are women. But while I say that with a great amount of pride, equally one is aware that there are, other places that we talked about earlier where there is a lot of inequity. But what I wanted to point out is that it's actually important to make those conscious changes, because women in leadership positions have been shown to have certain advantages. I mentioned the transformational leadership styles, the more inclusive, empathetic styles. So I think there's a great value actually that companies should recognize in having more women in leadership positions.
That's great.
And nobody's come there because of their gender. They've
Absolutely.
come there because of their abilities.
Absolutely.
And that shouldn't be forgotten.
Yeah, totally. We have a lot of young people in the audience here, and it's a generation of likes, as I call it, on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, now called X. What would you want to tell? And we are seeing a whole gamut of sort of issues that are emerging because of social media. We speak about body image disorders. Right now, as we speak, the big CEOs in California are being taken to task by the parents of kids, for saying that the platform is completely unhealthy for them, that you're not taking care of them, you're exposing them to dangerous groups and individuals. How do you see, in this age of social media, mental health seeping in and the relevance of it?
This is a bit like a chicken and egg situation, because, what comes first, what vitiates the other, can be debated endlessly. But I think there's certainly more angst in the millennials or Gen Z, whatever you call it now. What's the latest?
Gen Z only. Gen Z. Most
still?
of them are Gen Z.
I know. I'm updated till Gen Z. I don't know what's after that. But I think certainly there's more angst. There's some things are great. Adolescence is an absolutely wonderful time where there's so much opportunity, so much passion, so much interest in pursuing things. But equally, I think there is a great sense of maybe even a loss of confidence. Worry about what might happen. A sense of, where am I going, asking myself this. So I think there's been a couple of decades where young people have been, in this kind of turmoil. And I think while social media is a great game changer, it's done so much, given so many opportunities, done so many things for us, it's also a place where, it kind of perhaps, multiplies this sense of competitiveness or comparison, if you will.
And even image, isn't it?
And image building and so on. So those can be fairly detrimental, particularly to vulnerable people. And therefore, I think it's important to use social media wisely for the things it helps to do. But at the same time, never forget that social connectedness is very critical. Community sense is very critical, because that's, in some ways, what's kept us alive as a society, what's kept us growing as a society, is the sense of we. And to lose that in an isolated world, it's so funny, isn't it? It's ironic that in a community where you might be connected to 2,000 users, at the end of the day, you're a very lonely person. And that's why it's very important to try and engage in more social relationships and use the social media for what it's intended to do.
But you must be hearing cases of people coming up with social
Of course. I mean,
media addiction.
Excessive use of social media, dropping their grades, becoming so lonely and isolated, having severe anxiety, not being able to stop watching it, losing opportunities at work. Several problems arise as a consequence of excessive social media use and addiction. And we're seeing that. Of course, social media is one aspect of it. There is also the online gambling. So we're seeing lots more cases of gambling addiction, people losing entire fortunes and coming in, sexual pornography addiction, shopping addiction. In fact,
Yes.
I remember this.
I think a lot of women here will identify with that.
So, in fact, I had a lawyer's wife, who came in. She had spent lakhs and lakhs and lakhs of rupees, and that emanated out of the anxiety of not being able to fulfill her roles at home, some obsessional symptoms, and she would hoard colors of the same sari, 20, saris of the same color, matching shoes. So it's when the opportunity to buy things online kind of translates into an addiction and then becomes a problem. So that transition is something that we all must be aware of.
Ladies, now you know where to call and who to call once you're battling this addiction. Ma'am, we're talking about addiction. I've been told that your area of specialization is actually addiction. Your thesis was on that. Can you tell me a little bit about the work you're doing on that front? And how's that on the gender way? Is it more men tilted when it comes to addiction and substance abuse, or are you seeing a change in that front?
So when I talked about externalizing symptoms earlier, that is aggression, disinhibition, and substance use, traditionally it's been more common amongst men. In fact, a lot of services also have been men-centered. Research has also been male-centered in this area because you didn't think that there was a possibility. But over time, we're seeing that with more women, using substances, the addiction among women is also increased. We have something that's called telescoping that occurs among women. They may start the use of substances a little later, but very quickly they develop addiction. They're likely to develop many more systemic damage because particularly, for example, with alcohol, the body tends to retain the alcohol much longer. Neurological damage, again, is more conspicuous with women as compared to men and occurs faster. A lot of women tend to use, amongst the people we've seen using substances, many of them, particularly those that use sedatives, are to calm down their anxiety or to improve their mood. And that's why it's very important, not simply to say you ban all substances, but really to teach people how to cope better, how to be more resilient, as you were asking, how to look after their own mental state so that they don't need to turn to substances of abuse to change their mood state. That's very important.
It's a misconception to think that it's only men.
And earlier we did not have a ward separately for women. And one of my women patients told me it's impossible for me to stay, in the general kind of situation. So in fact, it's when we got this kind of feedback that we started a separate ward. Not a happy moment, but I think it was necessary to do that to help.
So when was this ward established? I'm curious.
This was about 2005.
Wow. So now there is a separate ward for women on that front.
Yeah.
That's good. Ma'am, just
2015 actually.
15, okay. The National Mental Health Survey of 2016 showed that 150 million Indians needed mental health care, but only 30 million could access it. Now, we know that a new version of the survey is underway. How would you view the current mental health state of the country? And especially, I know it's an ongoing process, but NIMHANS is obviously involved in it.
Yeah.
Is the access easier? Have the numbers come down? What is your understanding of it?
So, roughly 1 in 10 of us has a diagnosable mental disorder. 1 in 10. And for every 1 in 10 persons who have a diagnosable mental disorders, there are probably 6 to 8 times the number of people who are experiencing some kind of psychological distress. So in terms of numbers, it's huge. But we also want to see not just the problem, but the responses to the problem. And that's why in the mental health survey, the second one, we're looking at the systems that are available in the states and union territories, how responsive these symptoms are, how many people are being seen in medical colleges and different hospitals and so on. What about vulnerable populations, people in prisons, people in correctional centers, women particularly, minority communities. We're looking at some of those issues as well, and vulnerable communities. We're also looking to see where we need to ramp up the services much more and have a network of services so that nobody slips through the system. Suicide prevention is yet another very, very important area that we've taken up. There is a policy on suicide prevention which we also need to take up.
We have only 30 seconds left, so this is the best time to ask Dr. Murthy, when it comes to physical health, there is the world out there to tell you what to do and what not to do, right? Whether it's nutrition, whether it's working out. I wanted to know, what tips would you share with the audience here who want to sort of keep their mental health under check? I mean, just basic, वो कहते हैं ना घर के नुस्खे. What would you tell the audience? Because there is no medicine that can, quick fix it. So what are things that we can do in our day-to-day life?
When I was a little low, I was reading something and I read this. It says, I wish I was a glowworm. A glowworm's never glum. You can hardly be downhearted if you have light shining through your bum. Now, I wish we were like glowworms. Unfortunately, we are not. So first, accept that ups and downs are part of our existence. The second thing is, learn to look after yourself. Self-care is the most important as far as mental health is concerned. Which means your thoughts, your feelings, your behavior, introspection about it, and changing the things that you can change reasonably, very important. Relaxing the mind, just like you physical exercise is very important for the mind. A good diet is very important for the mind. Some degree of relaxation, whether it's through mindfulness, whether it's through yoga, whether it's through taking a walk, whether it's through learning music, very important. Having some kind of stress busters, as you mentioned earlier. Whether, again, we have Madam here, music is an amazing stress buster, as are so many other things. So I'm sure all the other leaders will also give tips on that. So I think, and be compassionate to yourself. We're always very critical. We're always investing in negative symptoms, in negative things, like feeling critical of everybody else, guilty about. Let negative emotions go to the extent possible. Be grateful for what you have. And of course, be passionate, be motivated. That's also very important. Get social support. Get families to support you. Support themselves. Nothing happens. It's always a quid pro quo. The more you give, the more you get. So be a little altruistic in society. You will be better off. And of course, if there is distress, reach out. You can reach out informally to people around you. Develop a network of friends. That doesn't work. Make sure you reach out for professional help. So doing all this, we can be mentally healthy and we can take care of people with mental problems.
That's very good advice. And the good thing about me moderating the session is I can reach out to Dr. Murthy. I don't know about all of you, but I can definitely reach out to you, ma'am, for help. Thank you so much for taking the time out. I know you have a lot of work going on at Nimhans in Bangalore, so really appreciate it. Everyone, Dr. Pratima Murthy.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. Requesting you to please stay on stage for a moment. And thanks for those very practical tips. I'd like to invite our India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chinappa, to come on stage to felicitate Dr. Murthy.
And Raj, since you spilled the beans, in a manner of speaking, I just wanted to say such a pleasure to reconnect with Raj after so many, 40 years, as we mentioned.
Please give us a couple of minutes as we set the stage for the next session. We now move to our next session, a panel discussion titled Building a Diverse Organization, to delve into the importance of diversity in the workplace and strategies for creating inclusive environments. We have a set of very experienced speakers with us. Please join me in welcoming Lavanya Nalli, Vice Chairperson of one of the oldest sari brands, Nalli Group of Companies. Dr. Saundarya Rajesh, Founder President of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Consulting Firm of Tar Group. I can't hear any applause here. And Dr. Urjita Rajagopalan, Director of Multispeciality Hospital, MGM Healthcare and MGM Cancer Institute. Welcome, everyone. A diverse workplace is not just a better workplace, it is also a more productive one. In fact, several studies have shown that how diverse organizations outperform their less diverse peers on profitability. And despite the business case, it has only 20% of the board positions in the country for listed companies are held by women. With this context, let me quickly dive into the discussion. Lavanya, I would like to start with you. You were the first women in the family to join the business, and you joined and you introduced some very radical, initiatives. You launched a contemporary private label. You tried to rebrand, Nalli's, where it was more relatable to younger women. You also focused a lot more on the omni-channel presence for the brand. So I would like to hear from you, what was your experience like? Did you face any resistance, like you just joined and now?
Thank you. So I've had a couple of stints at Nalli. So I started in 2005 when I graduated. And I knew nothing about saris, so I was a computer engineer like every, I think, good South Indian girl. And that was my first stint. And then I was out of the business for about 7 years. Went to the US, Harvard, McKinsey, came back to Myntra, and I never thought that I'd get back into Nalli. So it took 7 years for me to come back. The first stint in 2005, it was a very different world back then. So there was resistance, not overtly, but I would say that I was indulged. Like I was tolerated. It was more this mindset of, okay, let her do something till she gets married. How badly can she mess it up? We'll clean it up later. And then I think things changed when I came back the second time around, because by then I had earned my stripes, so to speak, right? So I came in with more credibility, with more external validation. I think I always had that inner confidence, but sometimes it's different when it's reflected in the eyes of external folk, and then people look at you a little bit differently. So I think the second time around there was not so much resistance, I think a little bit of concern.
Very interesting. Dr. Rajesh, I will come to you on this after this, because Urjita also is here and she has joined a family business and has a similar story. So I would like to hear your experience as well on this front.
So I actually left India when I was quite young, when I was 17. I thought that was my one-way ticket to freedom and self-discovery. I moved back to Chennai about 11 years later, and I was going to take a sabbatical. That was what I was going to do. I landed on a Thursday morning. On Friday morning, my dad was like, Vama, kuch nera vela polam, which loosely translates to, let's go out for a bit. He took me to work. And he said, you just pick and see whatever you like. So I was a very accidental entry. I was a trained clinician. I was very content with the clinical work I was doing. I was genuinely hoping to pursue that. But moving back to India and entering corporate healthcare, I genuinely found that I could contribute more to women's health in a leadership capacity. And that's what I've been doing, The challenges, I think I completely resonate with what Lavanya was saying. You may be a very confident person, but credibility has to be earned. And traditionally in India, especially in our corporate culture, the sort of things that you look for in leaders now, your buzzwords, your EQ, your resilience, your higher, operating levels emotionally, are exactly the same attributes that we shun women. We're reprimanding women for the same things, and we look for the same in male colleagues. So in a way, it's been a lot of unlearning that these are the societal expectations, but also the only way to bring in, a fresh style of leadership is by being authentic to ourselves.
Very interesting. So yes, women do have to work way harder to prove themselves. Dr. Rajesh, now I'll go back to the earlier number I raised about, about how 20% of the board positions are held by women directors. This was 5% a decade back. Do you see the glass as half empty or half full?
At the outset, Sonal, let me say what a pleasure it is to be here at the India Today Women Summit on gender equity. And I want to just take a minute to share what this term equity is. It's often confused for equality, which it is not. And sometimes it's also considered to be part of the financial world. So, equity stakeholder and equity shares and stuff like that. This gender equity is of great importance to each one of you, women in the audience, and also to the men. Let me explain. Gender equity is the series of steps taken by anybody. It could be by the government, it could be by your educational institutions. I see a lot of young girls from Stella, awesome, great college. I also find that it can be taken, gender equity steps can be taken by your own family. Of course, it can be taken by organizations when they say things like, can we earmark certain number of board positions for women? What is gender equity then? Equity is the route to equality. So if you want gender equality, then you have to do away
with a lot of inequalities which are there. And this aspect of gender equity, which is either by providing girls with special type of skills, like what the Nan Mudalvan scheme does here in, Tamil Nadu, or providing second career women with reskilling opportunities to get back into the workplace, or even mentoring programs, or like, Lavanya and Dr. Urjita said, opportunities for them to prove themselves. All of these are what equity means. And when all of these boxes of equity are ticked, the outcome is equality. So when you look at the board positions that we are talking about, and if there are 20% of women there, that is most certainly glass half full. I'm very glad about it. And I should say this because for the past 24 years, my organization Avatar, and I have two of my colleagues here, Rashmi Ravindran and Richard, we have been working in the space of increasing women's workforce participation. And one of the things we've realized is getting women at the entry level, getting women at the mid-level, great stuff. But the actual change happens when you have women leaders like this, when you have women at the top. And so when you have earmarked board positions and you say, and I'm sure a lot of people would feel that this is quota and this is reservation and, women should strive for it. Why do they need, for it to be reserved and so on? I would say that if you have enough number of women at the top, that's when the change really begins. This fighting your way from the bottom, too tough. I would rather that we fought from positions of power. So, yeah.
Very interesting. Yes, this deserves a round of applause. Very interesting insights, Dr. Rajesh. So Lavanya, as you now, took over the reins of the business, and Dr. Rajesh also said that how, when you are in that position of power, you have the ability, you have the capability to lead change. And you did mention in our earlier conversation about how Nalli's has 50-50 diversity. A big round of applause for that, please. And this is phenomenal in today's time, right? So, but yet, the interesting part was you said that there are no formal HR policies and structures in place. Can you talk to us a bit more about that in detail?
Yes. So, clarification, that was, I'm talking about the corporate structure and the, so there, I guess, where all the decisions happen, so to speak, we do have good representation. And I see the advantage and the merit of having policies, right? Because it's a very result-oriented way of driving change. You have an outcome focus. The moment you have a goal and an outcome focus, we start as leaders to investigate what is it that's going to take us towards that goal, what is it that distracts, that detracts from that goal. Having said that, for whatever reason, in every other aspect of my life, I'm fairly result-oriented, but for this, I took a different approach. And I said, look, I do want good diversity and good gender representation, but I didn't want to do it with just a result approach to say, look, I want to see these many people. That's an outcome. What I did do instead when I came back to the business the second time and started was to understand and investigate why was there drop-offs, right? And to your point, I think as women go up the ladder, you tend to see that it's not the entry positions that are a problem, but there tend to be drops-offs. And it's a larger issue, it's a societal issue, it's a very complex sort of an issue. Just corporate themselves can't solve it. I think we do need societal change. If there's one thing that we should take away from it, it's that this is a larger collective sort of outcome that we should aspire toward as a nation. But when I started investigating within the corporate sphere why this was happening within my own unit, what I discovered was there's a lot of subconscious biases. A lot of the reporting managers or who would become the reporting managers would have these subconscious biases. And those were the places where I adopted a more sort of counseling approach, where I would investigate and say, okay, have you noticed of all of the resumes that's coming to your desk, which ones actually make the short list? And then after that, have you noticed, I started having them write their debrief after each interview. So that, are you asking the exact same question, right? Are you giving everyone an equal chance? You're asking certain questions to certain candidates, but not to other candidates. How much of that is a reflection of your internal biases? And so once we started codifying that data, I had enough actual sort of facts and demonstrated behaviors for me to say, look, now I'm going to have a factual conversation with you. We are going to standardize your interview process. This is how you need to start looking. These are the traits and qualities that you need to start looking for any position at any level. And I think that made a very big difference.
Interesting. Urjita, now a similar question to you about, in the healthcare space, so actually two questions. One is, while, the whole healthcare space is associated with, caring, nurturing, and we do see a lot of the role of nursing is associated with women. In fact, a lot of equal number of men and women enter the medical colleges and the healthcare industry. But again, we don't have many department heads or, hospitals led by women doctors. Why is that?
I'll take 2 steps back.
Yes.
So, as you rightly pointed out, I come from both the medical education and corporate healthcare background. From the medical education side, as you rightly said, we see a very strong representation of women when they enter first year of undergraduate medical education. Even last year, in 2023, out of 20 odd lakh medical aspirants, 11.8 lakhs were women, the remaining men. So we have no problem at the entry level, as with other industries. And as you observed, we do see a heavy population of women, again, sitting at your mid-managerial levels, and almost in very nurturing, caring roles, which require high empathy, but also what we classify as low growth potential roles. Growth potential in 2 senses. Low growth potential in terms of career trajectory, and also low growth potential in terms of pay parity. At the end of the day, we need the women to be paid at the same level as their male colleagues. So this is a problem that we observe as well. And I mean, of course, it is very societal, very cultural, etc. But things that do help us in healthcare sort of slightly, improve keeping these women, and not having them drop off, is actually having some degree of freedom to explore their career paths, especially nurses. Out of the 50 to 60% women who are there in our organization, majority, 80% are nurses. And for them to truly grow in their careers, they need to be able to explore besides what they can do in their nursing capacity. So we give opportunities to women. We tell them, what else would you like to do? Even as I speak now, we have people in our organizations who left their nursing admin roles to move into more operational roles, where one, they get to challenge themselves, they get to learn, they get to evolve, and two, the most powerful, they get to set an example. These women don't have role models, especially in healthcare. To see that a nurse who's left nursing, and also because it's a very cohesive team. So when one leaves, they're almost like an outcast, So when they succeed and they serve as an example for the rest of the girls, they feel motivated as well. And I think these challenges will exist, but we'll have to find our little ways of improving it, institution by institution.
Thanks, Urjita. So I know I can see you smiling, and this whole point about leadership buy-in is, I know, your favorite. But before that, Dr. Rajesh, I would, since we have a lot of young women in our audience, I would want you to talk a bit more about this whole leaky pipeline phenomena, because I think this is extremely critical for everyone to know.
So the leaky pipeline, first of all, what is it? Basically, it means that, as young women, we get a job and we get into the workplace. So we've got an entry into the workplace, and the objective of any career, the objective of any pursuit for that matter, is to be able to rise to a leadership level or to a position of significance and influence in that particular field. So if you are entering into the workplace, you want to grow in that workplace and reach a position of influence or significance whereby you are able to mentor, monitor, guide, supervise, direct, other people and achieve the organizational objectives. So it's as simple as that. But what happens in the case of women? Now, many organizations, and I appreciate, Lavanya, the fact that there was so much of data that you actually pulled before you pointed out the problem, saying that, this is why we are having a lot of women probably drop out or their careers under-optimized. That kind of data orientation, when an organization has it, in terms of research, in terms of understanding what's happening to the women, they began noticing that a lot of women, while they started off amazingly, they were brilliant, they were the toppers in the class, they were the toppers in college, they aced, the B school placement date, they got through all the great positions. But in about a decade from then, they were not there. They had just disappeared. None of them were to be seen in the workplace. It was as if, the work-life balance conundrum. And by the way, one of the most important things I want to tell each one of you young women here in the audience is, do not go for this concept of work-life balance. That is pointless. But work-life balance, immediately the thought that comes to your mind is a physical balance, and you have two plates, one on each side, and on one side you have work, the other side you have life. And what happens? If you lift the balance, for work to go up, life has to come down. And for life to go up, work has to come down, right? So this whole pursuit of balance is pointless. Go for work-life integration. So when you do integration, it's like this, right? It's not like this. So work-life integration, but that pursuit made sure that women just dropped off. And it was like this chakravyuh. You enter into the whole concept of being a mother, being a wife, being a caregiver, and like Lavanya and Dr. Urjita were mentioning, it's more often the women who are the carers for society. Then that chakravyuh doesn't have a return. You're not able to come back outside of it into the workplace again. And that causes the leaky pipeline, which means that women are not there. Women are not there in influential positions. That means women don't make money. That means you become dependent on somebody else for your own economic self-sufficiency. And it also means that because you're not represented in leadership, no policies, no programs, nothing that helps women really gets done. Because yes, men are amazing. There are many male allies, and I can see many of them here. Raj, when you spoke in the morning, I truly recognized a male ally in you. So I know that, men are there who are allies. But the majority of any workplace is men. And if their needs are satisfied in terms of leave, in terms of hours, in terms of other things, then women's needs are not represented. Which is why, young women, it is important for each of you to be career intentional and to make sure that you don't contribute to that leaky pipeline, which is a very India phenomenon, as much as it is global.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Lavanya, to this point, and you have, worked outside the country for quite some time. And, the diversity and inclusion aspect is way forward in the western parts of the world than in India. So, would you like to share with us on, as a working woman, and you were there in the very early stages of your career. So what was your experience as a contemporary working woman, working in the US, and when you also moved back and you worked here, at Myntra, I believe, right? So what was some of the experiences that you would like to share with us?
So I'll talk a little bit about all of them. The timelines don't overlap, obviously. So that is something to bear in mind. So I was in McKinsey back 2011, 2014 or so. So more than a decade. And back then, I think the representation of women who were partners was very little. I think it was less, women directors were probably less than 5%, maybe around 2%, back in the Chicago area where I was from. I don't know what those numbers today are. So it wasn't a very inclusive atmosphere for women leaders, but I am talking about more than a decade, right? And I do know that the firm's been very intentional about it. But what were the causes? So we would see a lot of us when we came in, business analysts, business associates, it was completely fine. Like McKinsey is, consulting life is brutal. You live out of a suitcase. If anyone's seen that movie Up in the Air, it's pretty much what that life is like. Monday to Friday, you're gone. We all joke about it, saying that what we have is a weekend marriage, which isn't too far from reality. And it takes a toll. But you really only feel it once you have other responsibilities. Once you go through major life transitions, once there is the birth of a child, one parent needs to stay back home. It just happens to be in this trade-off. Most likely, the woman is the one who just decides, right? And I use that word decides with a lot of italics and underlining, to stay home. And so the reason is, like I said, it is corporate as much as it is societal. There's a lot of societal pressure. What I think the US has, which is a little bit different from India, is now they have recognized the problem over the last few decades, and they have made a lot of inroads in that manner. There are latchkey programs. So for working parents whose work timings do not match with school timings, there are programs in society where a mum or a dad can focus at work because they know that situation is handled. I don't want to call it a problem, but this, circumstances, okay, the child's going to go to school, who's going to pick up the child from school, what's he or she going to do till the time that the parents come back home, all of that, the society has figured out a way to, work towards that. And I think earlier this morning there was a talk about having creche, in the workplace. I do think that the solutioning has to be broader, right? I do think that the solutioning has to go beyond corporates. It has to go beyond that, and we really need support systems, and support systems cannot be, well, the women in the house will take care of it. Right? This, truly speaking, is what and this is data point of one, but this is my hypothesis, and this is where I think that a lot of the women drop out of the workplace, because when you come to a situation and a fork in your life where you realize that there are serious responsibilities that I have, right, man or woman, as a parent, and I can't do it all, and I need help, and you look around you and you see that there is no help, right? There is no help in society. There are no structured programs. There is nothing that you can really depend on. Everything comes down to like this tapestry of like somehow I'm kind of managing it. What happens when the child falls sick, right? Ask yourselves this. If you're one half of a working couple and you've got kids, and you don't have a mother and a mother-in-law, right, at home, because this is critical to note, and you don't have them in the city as well, this is also critical to note. And let's say that the child falls sick and can't go to school and the maid is on leave, who's the parent that's going to stay back? So we need to ask ourselves these questions to really investigate what is the level of support that we've created before we can start having an outcomes focus and a result-oriented focus.
Very valid point, Lavanya. Urjita, I will come back to you. But before that, talk a bit more about the points that Lavanya said. Dr. Rajesh, a lot of companies today have flexible timings. They do have they offer paternity leave and a lot more benefits, especially for women workforce. But are they enough? What companies can do? They even do training for unconscious biases. But a lot of these biases also exist in the society, and what also Lavanya said, that there has to be a structure in the society. So please talk a bit more about why, having equitable, inclusive workforce is not just a company's problem, it is a society's problem.
You began this conversation, Sonal, by talking about why gender diversity is so important. You gave data on how having more women in the workplace actually creates better problem solving, greater creativity, a lot more of what we call discretionary effort. All of this, are really created when you have more women in any workplace. This was clearly, understood and internalized by organizations that have been, around for many, many years, for many decades. And this actually got started primarily as a Western phenomenon. So you had organizations in the US, in UK, Europe, who began to notice this positive correlation of having more diversity in the workplace, and predominantly that's gender. You do have other strands of diversity as well. You have ability, you have sexual orientation, you have cultural diversity, you have regional and ethnic diversity, you have linguistic diversity. So there are multiple types of diversity in the workplace. But the one that is one half of the sky, like Raj mentioned this morning, is gender. So when you have a lot of women, in the workplace, that creates a very big positive outcome for any organization. Now, this was understood by large organizations, which is why you find that when you have companies that are big brands, companies that are focusing on not only being a great customer brand, but also being a great employer brand, they drive diversity in their workplaces. Avatar actually runs India's most extensive diversity analytics exercise. It's a national exercise. It's called the Best Companies for Women in India. And in the last 8 years, since this exercise, since this analytic study has been running, we have found that the top 10 best companies and the 100 best companies for women in India, they offer all of this. The points that we mentioned just now. Do they offer flexibility? Yes, they do. But of course, companies like us, companies like Avatar, we've been speaking about flexibility being the oxygen of women's careers for about 15, 20 years now. But nothing helped us like a little virus, which came in 2020. And it just proved the business case for flexibility, and we had companies adopting flexible working measures by the dozens, by droves. So you do have flexibility, you have mentoring, you have second career programs, formal return to work programs for women, you have skilling, upskilling, all of this is there. But if I were to take a calculated guess, Sonal, this kind of, a very nuanced, very intelligent approach to including women in the workplace is followed in India maybe by a maximum of about 600 to 700 companies. Now that is possibly maybe 10% of the total employers in this country. If you go by the PF count, it's an even more very depressing number. You have 6 lakh companies, 600,000 companies that are registered on India's PF portal, Employee Provident Fund portal. But of those companies, and today, in fact, I don't know who, those of us who are actually paying PF, or those of us who are having PF deducted, you would have received a survey from the government of India to actually check how many of your employers are actually offering all of these policies. Sad truth is, possibly 1% of this number is actually offering this. So if you do not have companies being sensitized, like you said, non-conscious biases, how many companies even know that there are non-conscious biases at play? And that if we were to remove those non-conscious biases, you're going to have greater outcomes, excellent outcomes, business outcomes, not people outcomes, not only people outcomes, business outcomes. Many people do not know, and that is the sad truth, Sonal.
Urjita, before I come to the last question, you're not just working, to empower women within the workplace, but, you have also made it your mission to actually, relook at women healthcare, ecosystem in the country, and you're focusing a lot more on specialized hospitals. And why I ask you this is because I remember reading one of the research done by, one of the US institutes, which said that how, even within the healthcare fraternity, a lot of time, when a woman says that I am in pain, that is not given the equal weight as to when a man says that he is facing a problem. So, can you talk a bit about these biases that are there, that have been proven, and, how are you now trying to overcome these through your, healthcare institutions?
So Sonal, you're here in Chennai. I'm sure, I hope, you will have at least one ghee roast. I hope so. Assuming you have a ghee roast and I join you and I have one, you will have a different reaction to it and I will have a different reaction to it. Assuming I have really bad heartburn and I go take an anti-acid pill, and you say, I want to be cautious, I'm going to take a flight, so I'm also going to take that pill. The way that it would work on me is going to be different to the way it works on you. So fundamentally, even though we're both women from the Asian subcontinent, probably very close to our genetic makeup, to each other, we will react very differently at the molecular level. So even at the level of research, of therapies for patients, we don't really have an equal representation of women in medical research, be it the research subjects, be it the target groups. In fact, when I was training and when I was working abroad, one of the most enlightening and probably like my aha moment was when I was working in cardiology, and I would see men with your classical cardiovascular risk factors. They would have high BMI, would have excessive smoking, alcohol abuse, so on, would have the primary treatment that they needed and survive. But women invariably don't present the same way as men. They don't have the same symptoms. They come in later. And also they drop dead. Their survivals, it's very saddening, it is. But to me, it was very eye-opening, especially when you're constantly working in the same environment, you're thinking, why is this happening? And physiologically, the way the coronary arteries are built for women versus men are different. Of course, even between you and I, we will be different. So I had to backtrack a little because it's not just about healthcare delivery being different for women. In fact, healthcare delivery, I think, just as long as we're being sensitive, having a safe space for women where they're seeing other women. I don't want to go to, how many of us would want to go to, say, a male doctor for an intimate problem? So those sorts of issues can be dealt with. But I think the larger issues, which is creating therapies, creating medication, doing research on how women respond is probably a bigger, sort of the under the tip of the iceberg sort of challenge that we have. But that being said, I have an interesting insight also. Women like to do things in a group. So one thing that we are trying to tap on, especially from a healthcare delivery perspective, is encouraging women camaraderie. We're saying, don't just go for your health checkup. Take your girlfriend with you. Take your friend with you. Take your sister with you. We go to temple associations, for instance. We say, come, you can go see God and then come for a little mammogram also. It works. It's the only thing that works. If I asked any of you to come with me later to go get a mammogram screen, I don't think you'd come. But if I told you, I'll get you maybe some kulfi, we'll go have a little girl talk, and then maybe we'll do an awareness session, and maybe just sneak in a mammogram, you're more likely to come. So it's about tapping into the sensitivities of what work for women. It's not necessarily about physical structures, but more about just understanding what sensitivities we're catering to.
So one last question, our time's up. So one takeaway from each of you on what would you tell our young women audience here on what is it they have to really learn to navigate as they climb up the corporate ladder? Dr. Rajesh.
Well, the first thing is for you to make a commitment, a pledge that you will stay in the workforce. That no matter what happens, you may probably do a little bit of a detour, but you will come back. Because in your economic self-sufficiency, in your economic independence lies your empowerment. And nobody else needs to do that. It's just you making that commitment to yourself, saying, I will stay in the workplace no matter what. We have here with us Ma'am Aruna Sairam, and her story is just simply incredible. You're going to be listening to it, but I'll give you a sneak preview. She managed to come back into the workplace after she completed all of her familial responsibilities. But she still decided to come back. And that kind of commitment, that kind of intentionality is what I hope each one of you here will exhibit. That's my only thing to you. Stay career intentional.
Lavanya, your
I think she summed it up so beautifully, but I agree. There's a saying called choose your hard, right? Like, which is a riff on life is hard. Things are hard. Marriage is hard, right? But being single is hard. Getting divorced is hard. Work is hard, but being a stay-at-home mom or a housewife is hard. I would say choose your hard. You probably might want to optimize for economic independence. Trust me, having that opportunity is going to be so empowering. The other thing that I would say as a parting thought is your life as you go through these journeys with different life transitions and major life events is going to feel and look very different. The challenges you face at each stage. Think about your support structure at each of those stages, right? But to your point, yes, commit to a goal that you set out for yourself, commit to having economic independence for yourself, and then work backwards from that goal. Build your support structure, have the life that you want to live. Don't compromise on it.
Dr. Urjita.
It's hard to summarize after all these beautifully said thoughts. I suppose 10, 15 years ago, when I was probably at school, college, the narrative at the time was the future is female, feel empowered. It was a very blind confidence, blind encouragement. But that self-advocacy is something only each individual woman can do for herself. Speaking from a leadership role, every organization that you may go on to work, it is our responsibility now, more than ever, to make it female-friendly, to make it friendly for the future female workforce. So you will have structures that will make your life comparatively smoother, but the internal biases, the unconscious biases of what limits us, of this I have to have it all, etc. culture, is not necessary at all. I'm sure we have women from so many different walks of life. I don't think all of them bloomed at the same age. They all have their seasons, their experiences, which eventually took them to be the person they are today, and they probably may even become a different person in the future. So it's about embracing and advocating for yourself at different stages in life. That's probably what I would have told my future self, my past self as well. So those would be my parting remarks.
Thank you. And thanks a lot, everyone, for this fantastic discussion. I would like to now invite our group editorial director, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to come and felicitate our speakers, please. Shifting gears, our next session is a fireside chat on breaking the glass ceiling. Joining us for this inspiring conversation is Suchitra Ella, co-founder and managing director of Bharat Biotech, the company that developed India's first indigenous COVID-19 vaccine. Welcome, Ms. Ella. Can I have a round of applause for her? I would also like to invite Raj, who will be steering this conversation. Over to you.
I'm actually doing something which will interest all the youngsters. I should have kept it ready, but...
I don't know if I have that much homework done.
Okay. Is it afternoon? Yes, just afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. And we've really got a fascinating person here. And I'm using your, our social media handle. I couldn't have said it better. I had this whole biodata that I had read up. But her Twitter handle, or now X handle, has a very interesting thing, and I'd like to just read out who Suchitra Ella is. She is co-founder and MD Bharat Biotech. This is Confederation of Indian Industry, past chairperson. And then she adds art and culture, blood and organ donor, social enabler, nature and spiritual seeker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Suchitra a very warm round of applause. Now, how many of you all have heard of Covaxin? I'm sure everybody. What about those at the back? No one's heard? Or you all took Covishield? Well, she's co-founder of the company that made Covaxin a household name and saved a lot of lives. I had the pleasure of going across to your factory in Hyderabad and seeing the kind of work you all did in the thick of COVID. And we featured your husband, Krishna Ella, and now we're here. I should have featured you as well. I think I made a mistake. But let's start. I see, yes, next time. I see that you studied here in Madras. You were this age when you were there?
I was born in Tamil Nadu. My parents lived down 200 kilometers down south of Chennai.
Mm-hmm.
So I grew up there. It was a public sector undertaking that my father was employed in the 50s. So most of my schooling and my early college was in Tamil Nadu and in Chennai, of course.
Now just give us a sense of how that period was and what is the change you see now. There are a lot of young girls like you who would have starting out in the career. What is it when you looked at, was there a sharp gender bias at that time? Has there been a change since then? You were doing what all? I mean, you did management, you did...
No, I did my undergrad.
Undergrad, yeah.
I just did my undergrad. But back in school, I think this is the most interesting thing that all of us should realize, that what we eventually probably look at life after 40 or 50 years, what comes back to you the most is what shaped your childhood years.
Mm-hmm.
And the first 15, 18 of those years, I think, literally will translate into what happens after the next 30, 40 years going forward. I think I give all my credence of being here on the stage here today is because of that first 20 years of my life. When my father said, think out of the box. For him, we didn't have a glass ceiling at home. because he was the minority. Of course, my brother was there as well, but we were 4 women versus 2 men. So the the gender parity was like in our favor and not in theirs. So, but coming from a parent, coming from a paternal, from the paternal side of the family, from the father, from the grandfather, the uncles, I think it just goes to inculcate a sense of do it all kind of an attitude, and just don't look back at it. So my out of the box thinking came from my father, and of course my mother was the military general at home who would ensure that all those thought processes were actually put in place. I mean, with hands and legs and, muddied hands and everything. Everything was done by us. Dignity of labor was taught as well. So I think it all comes back to that. And today, I think, probably if I need to say one thing about the current generation, my own children have also come through this in the last 2 decades now. We need to disconnect ourselves from the theoretical way of going behind knowledge. Rather, we need to look at how we can muddy our hands and do things physically and be there, experience, practice, and practice and practice. And that's all it is. I think that's one of the best examples of what even some of the best schools in the Western countries demonstrate time and over again. There's no question about that. I think it's just practice, coming back to practice.
Now, you did your BA in Economics and Social Sciences from the University of Madras, as it was called. Still called the University of Madras? That's correct, like IIT Madras? Yeah, they haven't changed it to Chennai. Okay, let's not change it. Now, you went abroad, and this was after marriage or before marriage? Is that where you met Krishna, or this was you? Yeah,
no,
how did it work?
We met in India, and it was after our marriage that we moved to the United States, yeah.
Okay. And what was that experience? Where, we all was a generation where, in some senses, women's roles were clearly sort of locked in as the chakra view that Dr. Rajesh was talking. There was this, you look after the family, I'll earn. That kind of was that the sort of tone that Krishna and you got together, or was it different?
It was very different because we didn't go to the US in the traditional sense in terms of who is the breadwinner versus who is not. The roles reversed. In fact, I became the breadwinner in the United States.
Wow.
And
okay.
Krishna was in graduate school for 7 years. So it was completely just the opposite.
Did you tell him where's the food?
If he came back earlier from the lab,
right.
I'm sure there was food on the table too for me and the kids to have, or he would have at least done the dishes, if not maybe cut some vegetables or something else for the dinner to get ready. So there was an absolute role reversal for both of us.
And so when did this idea come up that you should set up this company? By the way, just a little bit of background about Bharat Biotech. It has 145 global patents. It has more than 16 vaccines, 4 biotherapeutics, and registrations in more than 120 countries. And I think you produce 65% of the total viral vaccines that India does. That's fantastic. Let's give a really, really warm round of applause for that achievement. So tell us, here you are both now graduates. You, I think, in business management, and Krishna was doing what?
He was pursuing a PhD program in molecular biology and genetic sciences.
So how did this combo, that you said, let's do? Normally, it's like driving a car. If someone, particularly if the husband is teaching you, you'd sort of whack him and tell him, get off, it's easier. So how did this happen, this unity of thought that you would build this company that is one of the largest pharmaceutical companies, one of, an award-winning company? How did this fusion happen?
I don't know first if there was some fusion in the beginning.
Fusion.
there was some, there was a lot of friction maybe. Because I again was thinking out of the box. I think I have this 7-year itch in me that probably makes me do or think differently.
I thought only the men had it.
and I'm not happy with, I was not happy in the US.
Right.
Not for anything in particular that I have anything against the US, but it was just that sense of, how long? We've been there for 14 years. And by then, both of us, we had our permanent residencies, so, what we call green cards and common language. My children were born there, and so they're natural citizens. But then I'm getting this discomfort in me saying that I'm not meant to be here, I'm meant to be back in India.
Wow.
And that's when this thought process came up, and then I said, Krishna, look, we've come here, not for the traditional purpose of being here and continuing the way it can go forward. I know it would have been extremely good in all parameters put together. The children would have been mighty happy as well that we didn't bring them back to India. But I'm talking 30 years ago, so please get me wrong. And I grew up here, so I know the value of the entire system that we have been brought up with and the cultural values and everything. So I just broached this subject and I told him that, do you think there is any way we could just give it a thought at least, or even just let us try it, why not? We went to the US to give it a shot, right, to try it. So we didn't know if we could, how long we would continue there. And once we had achieved the extent of training and education, information and knowledge, and whatever you call it. After that, I said, don't we now go and give back something to where we came from? I think that was probably ticking in my mind and probably made me feel that it would be more meaningful for the training and for the backgrounds that we had worked in. So then Krishna said, wait a minute, do you plan to give me a job? I said, no, I can't afford to give you a job, and I can't, pay a fat paycheck, especially comparing to the dollar paychecks. I said, we would obviously have to become entrepreneurs.
Oh.
Yeah, because he was 40 plus.
Right.
So I don't think he had a possibility of getting he was not qualified to even apply for a government institution, a research or a teaching or an academic institutional placement because he was 40 plus. So I think there is some kind of a cutoff. I think it's still,
service, yes.
I think it's still there now. It's not like in the private sector. So I said, we have to give up our jobs and we have to relocate back to India, but the only way we can do it is if we became entrepreneurs.
Wow.
And drove home an idea or certain ideas that we thought that we could perceive and then take forward.
I like the word you use, pay back. I think a lot of youngsters do want to go abroad because there are great facilities to study, and why not? That's their choice. But come back to your country and give what you've done is superb. Let me just ask you, since we are also talking of gender equity, when you were building this company of yours, do you think, women are having a really bad deal in India? I need to correct some of that, because you were saying payback. How did you start shaping that in your company, or did you in any way, did that figure in some senses?
I think we were quite lucky in that sense, because science does not,
the great leveler.
discriminate.
Yes.
Science is a great leveler. Like many other art forms.
We have Nigar Shahji there, yes.
Like many other art forms. I have to, talk about Arunaji, who is a very,
Yes,
very
of
dear
course.
friend. And many, many like her who have, excelled in art, in music, in literature, science, in medicine. Science is again no different. So this is technology we are talking about. And there are many a times when my good friends in the media have asked me, why are you doing biotechnology? What is so nice in this? And how do you think that as a woman that you could contribute to this particular space? I said, why do you ask me to discriminate myself that just because by my gender that I should not be in a particular sector? So I think women at that point of time, of course in India we did have to face the IT revolution. So when we came back, this was the late 90s, the mid and late 90s. So there was not many takers for biotechnology, and people were wondering what kind of a scam science is this, because it was only something that was being researched or worked, or products and processes and synthesis and patents and intellectual property rights was all being done out there in the Western world. So here, and in India, most of our academic work was all something that was happening in the research institutions of our country, in the universities of our country, the IITs or all the other, the ICMR institutes, the CSIR institutes and the biotechnology institutes. So it's not very commonly seen or heard or demonstrated in a private setting. So that had to be changed. And I think that was the fusion of thought processes that happened then between me and Krishna, by saying that here we are as a country which is growing, in numbers, and we do not have the scale in terms of technological applications when it came to healthcare. And we felt that the time had come that India need to be not treated or looked upon as a copycat nation, but rather as a technology developer, a technology creator, a technology manufacturer. And also we were known for generic drugs. I think we wanted to change that because, again, Krishna, coming from that kind of academic training and passion for science, was always very, very keen to break that, what you call that, it's probably a tag or the brand name that we had built 30 years ago. So I think that needed to change. And for the Western world to recognize that India needs to, that India could also break the glass ceiling as a country in terms of technology, I think such out-of-the-box thinking and views had to be brought into place, however challenging it was 30 years ago.
And you were quite prescient, because India is now Bharat and Bharat is now India, so it works well.
I have immense pride in saying this. I keep saying it all the time. Hopefully until the last breath I have, I will keep saying it. I coined the name Bharat Biotech. I did not think of anything else. I said there is no Suchitra Biotech and there is no Krishna Biotech or there is no Ella Biotech. But I said I'm going back to India, and what more connect that I would get or derive, or this motivation that I would need for starting a startup at that point of time. I said Bharat could only give me that, and I was going back to that kind of the homeland in Bharat. So with that kind of thoughts came Bharat Biotech.
And we must say that Sujitra actually not only walked the talk, but put the money where your mouth was, right? And this was particularly during COVID. They had the easy option, which was to collaborate with an international research organization and import that vaccine and, just produce it. Instead, they took the hard path, the less traveled path, actually developed Covaxin, worked with Indian institutions, and for that, let's give them a very warm round of applause. Really, really. I mean, made India proud. Imagine, to tell us that particular decision. I want it in your words. What was that, you could have made tons of money, and here you were risking tons of money to develop something. It couldn't have worked. Like COVID has now suddenly vanished and all your, effort would go waste. So what was that turning point in your...
Bharat, by then, we had crossed 25 years in our journey. You had just mentioned earlier that we make almost 2/3 of the viral vaccines in India. We had a very wide range of products, technologies and applications and products and processes by then. So we had about 15 or 16 odd vaccines, both for adults and for children, for the pediatric segment. And then so we had this kind of, I would definitely call it a sense of confidence in competence. More than confidence, the competence levels in the organization is extremely high, because when it came to such kind of technologies, we also were the first company from India to make the rotavirus vaccine, correct, which Raj would recall, yes, which was
That's
again partnered, was partnered with the, with international agencies, both from India and the United States. This is a 20 institution, international institutions partnering, collaborating for a period of about 15 years after we were chosen to develop the vaccine in the commercial, for the commercial.
And you crashed the prices.
And
so.
Yes, we also ensured that this became the 3rd vaccine from the world. Rotavirus causes death. It causes diarrhea, acute diarrhea, severe dehydration, and then, of course, in about 200,000 children in India alone die due to rotavirus infections. Wow. This also happens in the rest of the world, but in the Western world, the hospitalizations don't occur and death does not occur, even if it is severe. But in countries like ours and in the poorer nations of the world, so the world on an average loses about 600,000 children every year due to rotavirus. So rotavirus was also another vaccine which came out of India when then the world started looking at us from a different pair of lenses. Until then, it was like we were the copycat nation and we were good at, copying other people's technologies and those kinds of names and things that we had to listen when we would go to international forums. But I think when we launched rotavirus, the vaccine was made available to our own children born in this country. It's now procured by the government of India, wow, for the under the universal immunization program, and every child in India gets it. Phenomenal. More than anything, the price point was crashed. On an average, a vaccine of this nature coming from any one of the top 5 companies of the world in healthcare would be around, say, $40 to $50 per vaccine, per dose. And this was shattered, and the vaccine is available for $1 a dose. Wow. For procurement by any national agency, which is either the government of India, or it could be the UNICEF or Gavi, or any of the other governments, countries of the world that procure it for their national immunization programs. So this now became a 3-dose vaccine, just made available for $3, and you can just imagine what this does to the poorest of the poorest countries of the world. There are 100...
Let's give a really warm round of applause for that as well.
Yeah. So these kinds of interventions, then when COVID struck us, I will step back 1 minute. 12 years ago, we had the pandemic, we had the swine flu. Good. I think many of you may remember. For those of you who may not have heard about it, it was sometime around 2009. This is called the swine flu. It was, kind of getting to an epidemic kind of situation. So the government started world over worrying about it, and so did India as a country. And we were one of the companies at that time also asked to develop the swine flu vaccine, which we did. So all these past experiences in terms of bringing out technologies and putting it out there in the platform to be available in public markets and for public procurement in the healthcare system actually gave us the confidence levels that we need to at least attempt a pandemic vaccine. Like Raj said earlier, there are no guarantees. There was nothing was evident, nothing was clear. Every day was like a new day in terms of, it was like going to war. Every day was a different battle game altogether. And we didn't know which way the war would go because we are facing a virus and everybody is shut, locked down, we are all at home. In fact, Krishna and some of the other 60 plus senior teams were all asked not to come to the workplace because of their age factor and so on and so forth. So that is when Krishna, being his intuition is our, is our best DNA. So he said that we will pick up this virus strain from the ICMR, and we wrote to the Indian Council of Medical Research, from whom we got the official strain isolated from the National Institute of Virology, Pune, and then we could bring it by road, physically, by our scientists, because it was a lockdown and there was no cargo.
And it is a dangerous virus, as we know.
Everybody was running away from it, and here are 4 of our scientists who want to go to Pune and collect this virus samples. Of course, brought all the paperwork that they gave them, and by road transported it in their own vehicles that they went from here. Not that we could not have. There was nothing available. There was no other mode of...
Everything was under lockdown.
There was nothing else that we could do.
We've so quickly forgotten all that.
All of us, it's very quickly forgotten, of course. But these were the kind of examples, the strengths that we internally as a team had by then, in the last 25 years at that point of time. I think there was immense courage, confidence, competence, conviction, and commitment. I think that was important as a team, that all of us could rally around it and say that no matter what, we need to try. And this is the time. And in challenges is when we need to look at how to overcome it is one, but then maybe sometimes your worst challenge is your best opportunity as well. So that was how the thought process was at that point.
And let's give an applause for Covaxin, made by Bharat Bio in India.
Thank you.
Let's spend the last couple of minutes. I know this thing, I'll just take a little...
Time's up.
Yes. Last couple of minutes to say, look at a question about women in management. What is the leadership qualities that women bring to management? You've seen all sides of it. You studied business management. What's so special about women managers that men don't have?
Don't think I'm going to be, gender bashing here. Not at all. Not at all.
No, please.
Though it runs in the family from the father's days and the grandfather's days. I think women are natural multitaskers.
Yes.
So I don't think it's easy for us to it's not about being distracted. You can just focus on multiple things at the same given point of time. And it doesn't rattle you to that extent that you're going to be worried about what's going to happen at home or at the office if I'm not there in either place. Because I came back to India when my children were 12 and 6. So I'm not here sitting and talking, I'm now here sitting talking in front of you when my children are out of college and they're back to work. But I have had this sense of, also feeling that why am I not home with them? And why am I sitting in the office until 10 p.m. at night? But I felt that if it was necessary and if they needed my help or something else that I had to be supportive to them, I said, pack your books, come to the office and sit in the other room and do your homework, and I'm right there to, if there is something that they wanted me to be of, to be supportive to them in terms of help or whatever, I said, come to the office. I don't come home. You come over here. So that's how I have handled it, because I know as a parent, as a mother, we heard about the sessions and the sessions
Home life
earlier.
integration was the word,
The
Dr.
guilt
Rajesh. Yes.
that goes on in our minds sometimes is tough to handle, but I did not give in to that. And I said having children is not an excuse for not going to work or staying at work, not to give up working, and not to become an entrepreneur. I think that this is not an excuse for it. So I said I have to balance myself in terms of how I can adapt my time and then allocate it for all these aspects that are going on in my life at that particular point of time. And I think one is not important and the other is not less important. So they're all important. And it all comes back to how we as women can look at each one of them and not get rattled by it, but just be there 100% when you are attempting to do whatever it is, whether it is at the social level or at the family level or at the personal level or at the work level. I think that's all it takes. And I think most of us women can do that.
Let's give a round of applause. I'll just add to that quality. And I think what women also bring, they bring tremendous amount, is empathy.
Of course.
Men lack that, really.
No.
But finally, yeah. There are so many of our youngsters here, young women like you were when you were in the University of Madras. What would your advice be to them?
Work hard. Don't give up. And the sky has to be the limit. Sometimes people think, why are you dreaming so high? Why else did Dr. Abdul Kalam say that? Dream, 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 and turn your dreams into actions and actions into your output or outcomes or work. Your results come out of your dreams. So I think it's not just dreaming is not bad. It's good to dream. It's good to dream about the India at 75. When we came back to India, India was 50. Today, India, did I dream about what we could achieve as a young organization, first generation entrepreneurs? No, there is some amount of management planning and principles and, strategies and all discussions that happen and, the safe zones and all that. But entrepreneurship is not at all safe. It's extremely risky. But in order to step into it, I think one has to think big and dream of making it happen. Do it small. Start it off small. It doesn't matter. Small is beautiful. But try to ensure that you focus and stay on path and then take it forward to make it better, best, and bigger, if one can. That's all it is. And sustaining in that area of work is important, and not trying to be rolling every 3 or 4 or 5, 6 years. I think it doesn't matter. Earlier also it was the same thing was said. Each one of us have a time frame when we will be able to demonstrate what our best outputs and outcomes and quality. Ultimately, it's quality. And we need to be on par, especially in life sciences, in the pharmaceutical industry, as it is in the other sectors as well. We have to be now internationally competent. That is the bottom line. Wow. It's not about how big the company is or how small the company is. It's the technology or the process or the product or the service that one wants to offer has to be at least nationally on a national playing field. Okay, forget about state, district, my town, and those kinds of things. I've always told my people in the company 25 years ago that we are not a company in Hyderabad, in Andhra Pradesh. At that point of time, it was It was that the state of Andhra Pradesh, the undivided state. So I told them, we are not making vaccines for just the city or the state. We are making it for the country. We are making it for the world. So we need to understand the importance of what quality means. And I always used to encourage them by telling that when you're confident of your product and your process and the quality of what you're doing, you should be so confident in saying that I will take my product for my child. I do not advocate it to someone else's child, but I will make it a point and prove that my vaccine and my product is good, that I give it to my family first, and also to the rest of the world.
And if I recall, Krishna and you took the vaccine before anybody else did. You first tested it on yourselves. That's really, really brave. But Suchitra Ella, you said sky's the limit. You actually kissed that sky. And you should own half that sky as well, along with your husband. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a very warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great pleasure. So we could have that cover together.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stella, for sharing with us your story of courage, resilience, and creating impact for the country. Requesting you to please stay back on stage. May I also request Maria Alfonso, Head Corporate Communications at Hindustan Group of Institutions, to come up on stage to felicitate the speaker along with our session moderator. Up next, we have the session titled The Female Gaze, Revolutionizing the Arts, featuring two stalwarts who have reshaped the artistic landscape. Please join me in welcoming Aruna Sairam, Carnatic vocalist and composer, along with Padma Shri Nartaki Nataraj, Director and Planning Commission member, Tamil Nadu. Moderating this session will be India Today's Deputy Editor, Suhani Singh. Can I have a round of applause for the speakers? Welcome, ma'am.
It is my privilege to be seated on the same stage, sharing the same stage with Padma Shri awardees, Sangeet Natak Academy awardees, and just two legends in their respective fields, Aruna ji in Carnatic music, Nartaki ji in Bharatnatyam. And a small snippet, I am before I heard words, I heard the sound of ghungroo bells. I heard the sound of music. I am a daughter of a dancer. So for me, this is something that is like, you know how you sort of meet your dream icons? For me, this is as good as it gets. So thank you so much, Aruna ji. Thank you so much, Nartaki ji, for taking the time out to attend the India Today Women's Summit, Gender Equity. So Aruna ji and Nartaki ji, when I was talking to my ma, I said, what should I ask them? And, give me some questions. You are an artist, tell me. And I think I have learned from my mother. But I think for her, for both of you, the gurus back then were predominantly male. The tradition of art was predominantly passed by men. I want you to talk a little bit about your journeys in your respective art. And how now, because you both are gurus yourself and teaching your tradition, in your case, Nartaki ji, the Tanjavur quartet specialized the Bharatanatyam, and Aruna ji, Abhangs introduced in Carnatic music. How have you seen that shift happen, that the gurus are now also women? Aruna ji, we'll begin with you.
A very good morning to everyone here and to all the illustrious, great speakers who have preceded us here. It's an honor to be here. Yes, it was a privilege to be the disciple of a woman, Srimati T. Brinda, my guru. And certainly this was no ordinary woman, she was a feisty person, and in every action, be it cooking food or dressing up or speaking to people or conversation or singing or carrying herself on the stage, she had her own andaz, as you would say. She had her own approach to doing things. With the result that if Brinda Ma, my guru, would walk into a room which had a bunch of musicians sitting there, all of them top-notchers, be it men or women, they would all stand up in reverence to her entry. That is the kind of respect she commanded. And I think one of the reasons why I'm probably sitting here today speaking to you is that role model that she set for me. A 10-year-old, I was 10 and she was 60 when we started this journey as Guru and Sishya, and it has been a very, very spectacular experience. Yeah.
Nartaki ji, when you went to your Guru first in Tanjavur, what was the response like? How did he accept you? Were you told that this is a guru that will teach you without any inhibitions, without any problems? He will accept you for who you are?
Yes. First of all, I want to thanks to everyone being here. I feel myself as a very proud moment with the legend, my Aruna Akka, and with you, my Umaka's daughters, really. This is my experience. First of all, I want to say I'm not well in English. I can only speak in Tamil, but I'm trying to do with my broken English. Is it okay with you guys? Because I'm fully in the Tamil students. I'm just, in the 80s, I don't know in other states in India how they faced out about the different gender, like a transgender community or whatever that now we call proudly LGBTQ plus so on. But those days in early 80s, you can't talk anybody in my family also. My brother, our sisters, or any of our relatives or our classmates, they don't want to be, say, Nartaki, you are my friend. Or if any of the crowd, I'm just willing to join with them. I want to talk, share something to them. They just hesitate them to talk with me. I don't know why they feel like that. The same way of the life we just face out every second. You know, when I open my door from my house, I never feel the freedom breeze. I always step out in my home. I know, oh, today what I'm going to face. Today what I want to be, the hesitations or any insultings. But I feel myself, I'm a queen. I am a princess. You know, it's not easy. I got it, everything from the society give me now. I feel that Subhashini introduced myself as a Padma Shri, whatever, blah, blah. In 80s, just imagine it. I'm coming from the interior village in Madurai. Our family also don't have any art support and art conveyance, anything. They don't know. Still now they don't know what is my level of the dance fraternity. Those days I feel myself like a bee, like a butterfly in that freedom breeze. I just travel in our village, country, deities, temple and dancing. I just met Kittappa Pillai. We proudly introduced. We don't know he's the emperor of the Bharatanatyam. I don't know we are in front of the great Tajur Quartet house. We just introduced ourselves to my guru. We want to do, because we are coming here. Sir. We are very famous in Madurai, dancer. We don't pronounce like the famous. We are very famous dancers in Madurai. What are you doing that? In the record dance. What is a record? It's a film songs, you know, Padmini Amma, Vaijayanti Mala's dance. Why are you coming here? Already we got a name fame there in Madurai, but all the audiences wants to say it. You go at a proper guru, take a proper practice with him. That way we just heard about you. You are the Kittappa place very near to Madurai in Tanjavur. So we came. Sister Adya said, okay, we'll do. But he is a Siddha Purusha. He just watched in vision from my eyes, what I'm being now in the 2 decades. He found I can come nalla or artist varuvenu avar nenichirukkraru, but we don't know that day. You know, this is my early time to approach, but always we feel from the day to still now, we feel as a queen, the dancing queen, whatever we think about. That was we also introduce our guru. Avaru romba santoshama in kanna mattu paatittu innikku inga kondu vandu nikka vechirukkறாரு.
Thank you so much. Both of you in many ways are breaking boundaries and paths in your respective styles. Arunaji, I'll begin with you. Obviously, the world knows you as an established Carnatic vocalist, but within that, you have introduced so many new things. You were perhaps the first to sing abhangs. You are a Bombay girl. I know Arunaji is embraced as a lady of Chennai, but she's ours. I'm from Bombay first, she belongs to Bombay. So, Arunaji, you brought abhangs. You have done collaborations, you've sung in churches, you've sung hymns. What was the initial reaction of the community? First of all, you are an outsider in many ways. You come in and you start bringing new things to the repertoire. Tell us a little bit about that journey. Because as a woman, you're doing this. I'm guessing most of the vocalists, there have been tremendous female vocalists. We all know that. MS Lakshmi ji can go on. But yeah, what was it like?
Before I come to that point that you were asking me, I must share with you and with all the wonderful women and young women here that when you are growing up, what perceptions you are given by your immediate surrounding plays a very big part in the choices that you make. So in my home, my parents' home I mean, which is like a 650 square foot typical Bombay Kutti apartment. My father was in the railways. But to me, that place, that little apartment seemed like an ocean of happiness, ocean of music, where all the great artists would saunter in. Though it was a humble home, they would. My parents made that home so welcome for artists to just come in, chat, eat, have coffee, play some card games, this, that, simple things, joys of life. So for me, I never saw the limitations of making different choices. Then when I stepped out, I would sometimes just dance with, these Bombay Ramas and Maharashtrian, the labor force workers. They would do the Govinda Ala Re dance. And as a kid, my mother never stopped me from going and dancing with them. She would say, okay, enjoy. She would come with me, but she would encourage me and my brother to just be part of that. The very next day, we'd probably be going to NCPA Tata Theatre to listen to a concert, Western music concert conducted by Zubin Mehta. The next day would be an Abhang concert by Bhimsen Joshi. So you see, when you expose your child to everything as a pleasurable, legitimate, good experience of art, for me, when I came into my own, making a choice of an abhang in a Carnatic kacheri never seemed like an out-of-place thing. It never seemed like that. So, I must emphasize here that parents, when it's all the way they look at things, as Suchitra ji just said, I can't go home, but let my children come here. Then the child immediately sees no border between the home and the office. Everything is a place where you can be happy, you can do your homework, and you can see Amma working in her office. Likewise. Yeah. So that is why I made all the choices that I made. For me, singing with a French singer like Dominique Vela seemed a very natural thing to do. He singing a Tamil song or me singing an Italian song seemed like a natural choice.
We are in the midst of two esteemed artists. Thoda sa ek abhang, Aruna ji. A little bit, a little taster so that our ears can sort of... Yes, absolutely. And can we give a round of applause? So, we are getting to hear Aruna ji, the sonorous voice. Mic. Her mic is not working. Yeah.
Tirtha Vithala Kshetra Vithala Tirtha Vithala Kshetra देव विठ्ठल देव पूजा विठ्ठल 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 तीर्थ विठ्ठल क्षेत्र विठ्ठल देव विठ्ठल देवपूजा विठ्ठल तीर्थ विठ्ठल क्षेत्र विठ्ठल माता विठ्ठल पिता विठ्ठल माता माता विठ्ठल पिता विठ्ठल माता पिता विठ्ठल 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 माता माता पिता माता विठ्ठल पिता विठ्ठल माता पिता विठ्ठल 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 माता तीर्थ विठ्ठल क्षेत्र विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठला विठ्ठला.
Wow. Time stood still. Literally, we had to pause the time clock for you, Arunaji. It was wonderful, wonderful. Nartaki ji, now it's your turn. I have heard that one of your missions before we ask you to demonstrate is to actually preserve and promote the work that your guru has taught you, which is from Tanjavur Quartet. Tell me a little bit about this Bharatnatyam that you're doing that belongs to this school and the lessons that he's taught you. And how you always say that you don't want to be called a transgendered Bharatnatyam artist. You want to be called a Bharatnatyam artist in its... Tell me a little bit about that, because I think that identity, establishing yourself, being on the same stage as a man or a woman.
I'm always want to be a credit to myself, first of all. You know, that was in my teenage, I told you, we don't have any identity words. The society never coined any respected name for us. I can feel myself as I'm not your showcase. I'm not an exhibit for this society. I told you, I feel myself always the queen. So how can you address the queen in the teasing words? It's not match. That why I feel, I put in a name for me, Thiru Nangai. Is it, the Thiru is his kind of holiness, divineness, or God of wisdom, or God of wealth, or God of bravery. In pure Tamil, Pennin Peruntakka. Penninum uyarndaval means I feel myself. Thank you. It's a regular sort of woman. I don't know how they feel that limitation of the womanhood. we voluntarily wants to, from the different body, we want to be a woman. This is a different both, As a regular woman, I think myself, I'm better than regular woman because I just feel like a woman. That's why I put my name in Tirunangai. This is only I think, not only in India, in the world, everywhere they address that visually impaired, whatever they called, physically handicapped. But in Tamil Nadu only, we use the words and terms. I coined this word in Tirunangai. Here the transgenders are all called in pure Tamil, that from the mother tongue, we used Tirunangai. You can never hear any in the world. Everybody used the word is like from the anatomy word, a transgender, unique, or blind, or that visually people like that kind. So at the same time, I used my dance also, the repertoires from my gurus in the Tanjore quartet. I'm just gained a special interest with the Nayaki Bhava. Here that our Hindu philosophy or whatever that or the epics says, here no difference in the male or female. Nowadays the youngsters in the science side, in the next generation, I think going to be, they said who is male, who is female. This is no gender, this one. Every is a human being. So very, very, before I feel myself, I can feel myself in the female or male, the both. I'm in better word, here I want to introduce, I think I am a god.
Wow.
That why I gave the interest to that, the Nayaki Bhava traditions, is a Madhura Bhakti or Madhurya Bhakti in our Nalayara Divya Prabandhams or Tevarams or whatever, Tirupugal, they said, no gender. Beyond that, if you want to feel your God or the supreme power, you just try to yourself, you keep in your mind, just keep in the one sense. If you are being in the one sense, do you feel you are male and the female on the sensing time? So that I'm feeling always a God, like a sensing time, as a Nayaki Baba.
Beautiful. But Nartaki, now it's your turn. One of the pieces, I know one of your favorites from the Tanjore Quartet is Mohamana. Mohamana. Can we ask you to do that? And then we'll get both of you together for a Jugal Bandi for a duet. But first, I have a small clipping that I'll ask them to play. And Nartaki ji, can you please show us? Yeah? When you're ready?
I will try. Can I sit and show that?
Hanji, you want to sit and show it? Or stand? Stand. Whatever makes you feel. Okay.
Yes, it's fine.
Yeah, we'll start. Start. We have very little time. I'll throw in one quick question and then we'll try to get a quick jugalbandi, both of you coming together. There is a lot of young audience here. This is the time where everybody wants likes. They watch a dance on Instagram, YouTube. They want to learn something. They want to get quick success, quick gratification. Both of you have devoted years and decades of your life to an art. Tell us, what advice would you like to give to this younger generation who wants to take up a classical art form and become stalwarts like you have? Quick advice.
It's always the same two words, Shraddha, Saburi. That means conviction, pursuit, relentless pursuit on the one hand, and patience on the other. These two qualities will get you where you want to go in any field, particularly in the arts also, always.
Nartaki ji, what would you like to say to dance? Though it's chaya hua, it's all over on internet, and everybody wants to learn something by picking up online. What would you want to tell?
Yes, I'm also in Facebook and Instagram, but I think you know well what I put. If you visit my Facebook or in the social media, I'm just in the cool. Inniki kaalailla na kepa kulu mochapayir kolambu saapitten. That's all. I never to put my dance in that because I'm always wants to share something to the youngsters, not only the dancers who wants to the entrepreneurs or whatever that from their career. You just give a respect to yourself. What you know, that is a limitless things. You just go through with it. You don't try to do any explanations. You don't try to do any support things. If you expect the support things, you can't reach your limit level. From my childhood days, I never expect anything from the support handle or whatever. I feel myself, you just love yourself. That's enough for your career achievement. That's enough.
That's wonderful advice. Final, the grand finale. We have a special performance. Aruna ji, Krishna Neem Bege Bagaru.
Sure.
And Nartaki ji, you have to Abhinaya. I think both of us, for all of us in the audience, that will be like the cream. She's singing Krishna Neem Bege Bagaru. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Okay, over to Aruna ji and Nartaki ji.
We'll do Krishnani Begane, definitely. But before we close, I wanted to add to what Nartaki ji had said, that yes, we should rely on our own resources. We should feel ourselves able to aim at the sky, as Suchitra ji just said. But it also helps when the members of the family, the members of the extended family, be it men or women, are empathetic. And I must acknowledge here, my husband Sai is here, that, when in 2002, when my daughter said, Amma, you should go to Chennai, because that is the place where you will be recognized. He immediately put in his papers and said, let's go. Just resigned and said, let's go. And that definitely helped. I may have done it even without that, but it would have been a more arduous task. So this is a request to men, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding a little bit like discriminating between men and women, but please, women also, to your fellow women, colleagues, friends, siblings, cousins, and men, please look out for the woman in your life. Please. Look out. She may have something out there which is not being expressed, which is bottled up for various reasons. She herself doesn't know what it is sometimes. But look out for it. Give it that little hand, extending hand of love and care, and see where she will go. You will be proud of her. Thank you. Please.
Huge round of applause for Aruna Sairamji's husband, who is in the audience. Now, quick, ma'am, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, if you can Yeah, we'll begin? Great. Phones on silent, please.
Yeah, this is totally impromptu. And as we always say, she will take care. Ma Saraswati will take care of what happens in the next 2 minutes. I'm singing Krishnani Begane Baro, the well-known composition in Kannada, and Nartaki ji will. Krishna
Ladies and gentlemen, a few gentlemen, all the ladies, this deserves a standing ovation. Thank you so much, Aruna ji, Nartaki ji, for this beautiful, soulful rendition of one of our most iconic compositions. Thank you. I'll ask both of you to just stay on the stage.
Wow, what a mesmerizing session. Now requesting our India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chinnappa, along with Bharat Biotech's MD, Ms. Suchitra Ella, to come on stage to felicitate our esteemed guests. Such an overwhelming session, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? And yes, I would like to thank our audience for your continued patience. We do expect your continued participation and hoping you're looking forward to the next sessions of the day. We do have a star session at the end with actor Ms. Pooja Hegde. And moving on, we turn our attention to the next session, what will it take to promote women entrepreneurship? Requesting our distinguished panelists for the session to please come up on stage. Ms. Megha Asher, co-founder and CEO of clean cosmetics brand Juicy Chemistry, and Nalini Parthiban, co-founder and CEO of Sweet Karam Coffee. Welcome Megha, welcome Nalini. For this session, I would like to start with one of the numbers that Raj had actually started his conversation with about how if all women get to work, we will improve the country's GDP by 2%. Now, that is a phenomenal number. And we know that we don't have that many formal jobs in the country, and we really need entrepreneurs. We really need women entrepreneurs to start up and employ other people, right? So, but however, and India is one of the largest startup ecosystems in the world, and yet only 20% of the startups led by women receive funding. Megha, you have been a veteran. I mean, you started way back in 2015, right? And so I would like to ask you, what has changed in the startup ecosystem vis-a-vis women entrepreneurs? How has this narrative changed? Can you just give us some perspective as the opening statement for this panel?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me over here. It's an honor to be amongst such illustrious women, entrepreneurs, homemakers, artists. What has changed? I think what has changed dramatically is the awareness. What we see between 2014, when I started my venture Juicy Chemistry, to 2024. I'll give you a very small example. How many of you have heard about Lijjat Papad? Right? It's something that's been around since 1950. Started by 7 Gujarati visionary women. But I didn't know about it until much recently when I saw the video doing the rounds on social media, right? I think the awareness that has come about because of social media has impacted the entrepreneur spirit amongst every homemaker, amongst every woman out there. I think every household has an entrepreneur. I know from a very young age, I've seen my mother juggling her housework, and she was a pathologist by profession, but unfortunately back in that time, my grandfather was not okay with her working in a lab, and she had to become a homemaker, but she had a creative streak, and for the longest time I think she was a designer, and she wanted to make sure she's economically stable despite the fact that she had a partner who never said no to anything. For her it was very important that she be economically stable, financially stable for herself. And that change today has come to a point where today most of these women, they want to open up their Instagram page, they want to open up a Facebook page, they want to increase that presence somewhere to increase that business. And that change has come in the spirit where the sky is the limit, like ma'am said, they want to do more. It's not sufficient. So that's the biggest difference that I've seen in the last 10 years.
Thanks, Megha. So now we'll move on to a relatively young entrepreneur who started the journey fairly recently. Nalini, as you started your FMCG brand of sweet and savory products, so, and FMCG is still a very traditional male-dominated setup, right? And you started your firm with your partner and 2 other co-founders. So Can you talk to us about your own personal journey? Did people take you seriously? Did you face any unconscious bias? So just some personal anecdotes on what it means to be a, woman entrepreneur now in a very traditional setup.
Thank you, Sonal, for having me here. And first of all, extremely humbled and privileged to be sharing the stage with some of the legends. I've grown up, observing them and seeing them. So very, very humbled to share my experience today. So this journey has not been a recent journey. We started this in 2015. Coming from a very humble middle class background, and the vision was always big, taking the taste and the tales of South India to the globe. That's always been our vision. Growing up in the streets of Triplicane, and that's how this journey with our party started. And the vision was big, but to 2020 we didn't have the financial cushion or the runway to get into this full time. Neither did we have the family backing to get into this full time. So COVID came and showed the true potential of the digital first brands like ours. And from there on, the growth has been massive and phenomenal. So the initial part of the journey was never easy. It's been a journey of, as ma'am said, patience and persistence. So, and especially as a woman in this line, was never taken seriously. I mean, initially, I'm talking about the 2015 to 2020 days. A comfortable IT job could have been a lot better was the usual comments, right? But I think things have, as Megha said, things have rapidly changed. I think COVID, while with all the, the negative impacts, but I think a lot of positive impacts has grown. A lot of awareness in the entire startup ecosystem. So many women now supporting each other, and such conferences really helps. Each women are now, if there is another woman, there is always a softer cushion. And in this journey, never easy, right? Any journey to make it to the top is never easy, but in this journey, I think a lot of support from mutual women entrepreneurs has helped, and the social media growing awareness has helped. So scene today is very different.
Very interesting. Nalini, we talk about the problems. So can you, and you yourself just mentioned that you have faced some. So just for the sake of the audience here, can you help us deconstruct what exactly those problems are? And what was your approach? Because so there's a learning there, yeah?
So, for example, in the FMCG space, it's a very retail-dominated or an offline-dominated sector. So, very recently we started going offline, and even today, when we go offline and pitch to some of the retailers, why our products are clean labeled, as similar to Megha's, our products are clean labeled, no palm oil, no preservatives, no maida. And no matter what you tell them, sometimes there's that you're not taken seriously. That factor is always there. So the way I have personally learned to overcome is your conviction, your pure sheer conviction on how you present, what you present. 2, back with data. I have done this for 7 years in the online space, and I'm delivering insane number of orders online. You better get me offline. That's the confidence with which we've spoken. And when I approach a discussion with that confidence, vis-a-vis with a very different mindset, will I be taken seriously and all that, the former one helps. So data and think conviction. So
data and conviction, I hear you. Both of you actually spoke a lot about the support system, right? And Megha, would you like to talk about, how recently we have also started hearing about how there are a lot of VCs who have actually specific teams looking at women-led startups, right? And I mean, maybe it will take some time for us to get there, but that has started happening. There are a lot of mentorship programs, especially for women. There are startups whose mission is just to mentor women, right? So why do you think there is a need for this? What is the gap? Because, so we can actually deconstruct what mentorship really means and what we really need to get there.
I think I've said this time and again in a lot of interviews. I think we need to start from this gap being addressed at schools. We are not being taught the right curriculum. I come from a traditional household where education was given utmost importance. Of course, I've grown up in Bombay, so engineering was never, or IT was not the focus, but if you became a doctor, anything in arts was not looked down on, like it was looked down on. And if you did commerce, it was most of the reason you would have taken commerce is because you didn't get into science. That was the normal mindset growing up. And I feel this is such a big gap. Even today, I understand there's a huge disparity between men and women in the way they look at financial lingo, right? Even though women can manage their funds much better than men, they have budgets in control, but this parity is quite a lot because we're not taught the traditional details. So I'll give you my personal example. Back in 2020, when juicy chemistry was growing at exponential pace, we had every single VC in the country reaching out to us. And mind you, the mails were coming in my name. They were not coming in my partner's name, who is an equal at work, and he's been the forefront whenever it's come to anything to do with the administration and the financial part of the business. I have always been on the PR, the social media, formulation part of the business. So I used to get very surprised, and I would go to him and I say, hey, they've reached out. And there were times where I even ignored a couple of emails because I thought they were spam, right? That's the level of ignorance I had as far as funding was concerned. We hear about it in news, we hear about it, but if you realize it's more in the news in the last 3 years, it's not been that much. The wave of 2021 is when things started to change around and where people started talking about startups getting funded. But back in 2020, when I was getting an email and we are so busy at work, we are a small team, you just ignore. And then, one fine day I said, hey, this person has been reaching out to me on my LinkedIn and my email, and Pritesh, it's like, are you crazy? Why did you ignore this email? And I said, no, I didn't know what they wanted, Why would somebody want to invest in us? Because it was not inbuilt in our thought process that the company could be investable or somebody would be interested in putting in their hard-earned money into our company. And once that chapter opened up in front of our eyes, we realized how the entire process works. I'll be very honest, it's been a breeze for us because we were in that wave when the funding happened. Of course, things are very different right now. Life has changed completely in the last 2 years with the way the markets have responded. But when you talk about VCs and, the fact that they have to actually put a setup where they want to look for more female-led businesses, I think somewhere I'm not able to still come to terms with that because I feel like a business is business. If you do the right things, if it is a solid business, it is going to be of interest because who doesn't want to invest in a solid business? To say that because I'm a female, this is not happening. Yes, there are certain aspects that pull us back, like already addressed in the previous sessions, where I think Ms. Lavanya said it really well, that you are the one who's making that choice, that my child is sick, should I stay back at home? Whereas I loved what Ms. Ella said because that's what I did. I went back to work when my daughter was just 2 months old. I set up an entire place for her. I had the privilege to do it. I know for a fact that not many would have that, but she's 6 now, and even today, right from her piano classes to everything happen at work in front of me because that's the only way I feel I'm able to give her that time that she requires. So I think any business, if it's investable, if it is something that a person sees has potential, the rules remain the same. There should not be a reason unless a woman has not shown that inclination or motivation. Because I had a child when that investment happened. I already had a child and I was, I'm very open on my social media and I have put up how my work.
everyone has certain responsibilities beyond work. However, it means a lot more for women. So can you share, about your own work-life integration learnings, because that's also, a learning process for a lot of working women, isn't it? As responsibilities increase, family responsibilities along with corporate responsibilities, because this whole path from, from a startup where you are a young company, the scaling up, is very, rapid, the entire scaling up process. So, and both of you have relatively young kids. So how does that work for you?
I think the most important thing is over here finding the right partner. I was thrilled to hear how Miss Ella spoke about her story. Pritesh, my partner, and I met in high school. We've lived together in Australia before we came back to India and created this business together. We started this business under very unfortunate circumstances. I'm an accidental entrepreneur. I am a criminologist and a journalist by profession. So this is not something that came to me inherently, but I think I became a decent entrepreneur following my father's footsteps. But I think when we talk about work-life integration, it's very important to know when to put your foot down and the battles that you wish to fight. For me, it was comparatively easier because I have a partner who strongly believes in sharing equal work, be it in the kitchen, be it at home, be it with the little one, be it at work. There are, especially COVID time was a very important time where we had lockdown with the little one. When they started opening up and they said you can go to work, his first approach was, you're going to be better at this. I will stay at home with Meera. Why don't you go ahead and manage? Because it was about dispatches and packaging, and I was much quicker because we've done all of these jobs by ourselves. When we started the company, we started with literally 5,000 rupees in our kitchen. So we've done right from courier packaging to selling the product online to taking our own photographs to putting it online, everything, right? So he said, you're going to be faster at this than me. I'm not required at work. I'm going to stay home. That approach happens when there is communication. I feel women in general, we somewhere like to be martyrs. We sometimes like to say, oh no, you're more important. You need to do this. I will step back. That approach needs to stop. Like Ms. Rajesh also said that don't be that leaky pipe, don't let yourself get carried away. Yes, again, I feel there's a measure because sometimes we pressurize ourselves too much to be successful. It's also about what you want, right? I'm more than happy being a homemaker at days, and I'm more than happy being at work also on some days. So what you are choosing without creating confusion, if you're able to communicate that and if you're able to explain that to yourself also, I think you're in a much better space mentally and at work. Because then that integration becomes very easy. Like she said, if she needs to bring the kids to work, she's not hesitated, but she's not left work. That is a choice. Whether I want Meera to raise I want to raise Meera at work, yes, I absolutely want to. I have a village helping me raise her. And she's learned all the tricks of trade, right? Not 6 years old and she knows how to do billing, she knows how to do packaging. And it's a skill that she's learned from beginning. Tomorrow she might say, I'm interested in growing this business. Great, you're welcome. But if she says, I'm inclined towards art, that's also a choice. So I think as a woman and the generation that we're building, we need to be able to give them the clarity of thought, and we should be clear enough, and that's when that integration happens beautifully.
Thanks. So Nalini, what about you? Your company, has really started expanding very fast now. So how are you managing this whole work-life integration?
I'm still learning. So I'm every day learning on that. So as similar to Megha, I think my partner, I've been extremely lucky to find the same traits that she just said. So I think it was his idea, he gave birth to the brand. Then I joined, the journey was so inspiring that it rubbed on and, I joined the game. And so as, as soulmates working together has a lot of pros and a little bit of, disadvantages, to be honest. So the day when a new joiner comes, I always introduce and I say he's my co-founder and my husband. So you'll see us fighting, but just be ready for that.
Happens everywhere.
So I think work-life integration is a continuous learning process and is very individual, very individual based on each one's scenario. I have a village of help that I have, that I have. She grows with, my daughter is 8 years old and she grows up with her grandparents, like my husband's parents as well as mine. So I have 4 beautiful souls at home helping me out. Literally, all 4 of them have taken up certain ownership of certain responsibilities, and that allows the 2 of us to flow. But once back home, we just make sure that the moment you step inside, it is quality time with her. I think quality time over quantity time personally has worked for us. So even if it is that half an hour, 1 hour with her, those cuddlings and those, that time, I think she gets it all in that. For me, I come from that, that's worked for me.
Very interesting. So now I want to actually now ask all of you in the audience a question about networking. So I want to discuss a bit more about that since it's very relevant to, to move up the ladder, whether you are in the corporate setup, arts, or even, in entrepreneurship. So how many of you in the audience actually spoke to someone you did not know and just, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers here. How many of you did you told them about something you liked about them, one of the perspectives, or just spoke to a person you did not know? Can I have a show of hands, please? So this actually tells me what, we have in research: women do not network. And, your talent, hard work can only get you to a certain level. Beyond that, you need to have your very strong support system of your leaders and bosses to take you to the next level. Megha and Nalini. Megha, I'll start with you first. So, in your experience, and you have been a journalist, with journalists, we're a lot more candid and open and can talk to
that, right?
strangers very easily. But having said that, even as, as an entrepreneur, how has this helped you to build a collaboration and partnerships that has helped you take your business forward?
I think networking is important because there is just tremendous learning. In the last 1 year, the amount of events I've gone to have been an eye-opener. There are businesses that you don't know of. There are women that are doing exemplary work that we're not aware of. There are even the smallest of the conversations can have such a huge impact. We wouldn't know that if we're sitting at home, right? It's always easy to find an excuse. Like for me, being a journalist, I had suddenly gone into a bubble. I did not like to network. I did not like to step out. I had my daughter after 8 years, and it was a difficult period for me. And I went into a bubble. For me, it was any little time that I had, I only wanted for her. It was not until the last 18 months that Pritesh actually pushed me out of the house. He said, no, you're not going to turn down events. You're not going to turn down saying, that I'm not going to go or I can't come because I'm busy. You're going to start networking. And be it online or offline, right? When I say online, there are WhatsApp groups today. We have the most prolific entrepreneurs in a single group. It's the likes of, say, your Radhika Gupta of Edelweiss, to a Ghazal Alag of Mama Earth, to a Vinita Singh. Prolific entrepreneurs that are building something phenomenal for this country. And there's always so much of learning that even if you're physically not able to go at every single event, there are offline, there are groups that you can actually be a part of. So I think mentorship, learnings from networking are so precious because the smallest of the conversations will have an impact. Today, somebody will, and I've had that as an experience, whenever I've gone back, somebody's messaged, ma'am, I was at this event and I loved what you said. and I'm going to follow it for life. Even if I feel like, did I really say something that was going to add value to somebody? But that's the beauty of networking. And we must take that time out. It's not about having your me time. It's not about saying, I can't step out. It's about just taking that effort to say, I'm going to do this. I might catch an hour of less sleep, but I want to make sure I'm a part of these events so that I learn and I grow as a person.
So Nalini, you come from, very IT setup, just like working with the computer, and that's usually we see engineers as. Was it tough for you to, go out, meet distributors, form these connections in the FMCG space? So what was your experience there? And do you network at events?
I've started doing recently, I must acknowledge. I think where I am sitting today is because of networking. Okay, I see a lot of young girls here, and I think only one thing that I wanted to share that is what I've done. I think each one of us have had our share, but there's been a lot of career mistakes that has happened and career indecisions that have happened in the past, personally. And I think those could have been so much more avoided if I had the right mentors at the right stage. I simply tell my husband that if I have to rewind my life 10 years back, I would have first jumped into entrepreneurship, made the mistakes, learned, got my hand dirty. See, today with a family, with a daughter, it's a very different picture. But had I had that, support system or that opportunity at that point of time, my life would have been very different. I think today these kids are sitting on a completely different picture where they have plethora of information, so many social media platforms. All they need to do is just knock. It was very different from the time 10 years, 15 years back. It was very different. So I think networking can shape your destiny. In my case, in the FMCG space, we've been able to crack at least about 200 outlets today within a matter of 3 months, purely on the strength of networking. Networking.
Wow.
I think there's been a helping hand at every stage. A casual sentence like this, or that sentence can go on to become a contact who can become an angel in your life. Both has happened in my case. So please network, step out of your comfort zone. It was not easy for me, not going to be easy for you guys. But I think we learn a lot more from people than textbooks. People are angels. Please reach out, and they're always there to help.
Yes, reach out. That's the first step, isn't it?
That's a very big change that's happened, actually. Today people are more forthcoming to share their experiences and actually prevent you from burning your hand. It wasn't like that about a decade ago, but today people are very forthcoming. They are wanting to help and be a part of somebody's
You don't need to make
growth
the
journey.
mistakes and reinvent the wheel.
Yes. And so many of the entrepreneurs today give out time actually to mentor young entrepreneurs. Right. So I see the time's up. So one last quick question, 20 seconds each, one takeaway on your biggest learning in your startup journey. So to encourage more women to start up.
There are no shortcuts. As cliched as it sounds, there are no shortcuts. You'll have to do the dirty work and you'll have to learn every single aspect of your business. Simple as that. That's an entrepreneur's life. It's a very risky game. You should know every little detailing. Otherwise, it's not going to succeed to the level that you expect it to.
Nalini?
It's a never comfortable journey. So get comfortable being uncomfortable every day. I think that's one word that I can summarize. Every day, there'll be problems coming from all directions. I would like to call it challenges coming from all directions. And you need to be a solution finder. Don't be a problem seeker is what I've learned.
Thank you. So that was such an honest and a humble conversation, and it was a joy talking to both of you. I would like to request our editorial director of India Today, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to come and felicitate our entrepreneurs here on stage. After a stimulating conversation on women entrepreneurship, we will explore the frontiers of space with the session Women in Space, Pushing the Frontier. Please join me in welcoming our speakers, Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, Director, Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and Nigar Shaji, Project Director, Aditya L1 Solar Mission, ISRO. They will shed light on their groundbreaking work in space exploration. Leading this discussion will be Group Editorial Director for India Today, Mr. Raj Chingappa. The floor is yours, Raj.
Well, get ready to fasten your seatbelt and we'll take you into space. Let's welcome, we saw the world of art, and then we saw business, and now let's get to science. And we're going to witness here, in some senses, a celestial dance and song from these two. How many of you all have heard of Aditya Solar Mission? How many? Put up your hands. That's all. Chandrayaan? Everybody. Well, we have two outstanding scientists here, and let me introduce them. Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, Director of the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and Nigar Shaji, Project Director, Aditya L1. Why did we bring them together? Because they're intricately linked in some senses. One is studying the sun, the other is getting something right there to help her study the sun. And let me tell you what a difficult task that is. To put it very simply, the point that they are sending Aditya L1 is 3 times the distance that Chandrayaan 1. Am I right? 3 times the distance. So imagine that the moon is about 400,000 kilometers, that's 4 lakh kilometers. Where Aditya sits right now is 1.5 million kilometers away. The furthest, I think, that any satellite from India has gone. Is that? Or you've got ResourceSat?
Mars.
Mars mission. Mangalyaan is this. Yes. Yes. And the other thing about it is that to get to that point where you can begin observing the sun, called the Lagrange point, which is a halo orbit, the only way I can describe it, I was thinking about it, is that if you put a 1 rupee coin in the middle of a stadium and ask a sharpshooter from the gallery, at almost 2 kilometers away or 3 kilometers away, try and, fire that bullet. That sharpshooter is Nigar Shaji. Because to get to that exact point in space, 1.5 million kilometers away, is a task by itself. And Annapurni Subramaniam has actually then put some of the payloads which will observe the sun. So before we get to the actual gender issues that this involves, let's just talk about an update of it. Where is Aditya 1 now? What is it doing up there?
First of all, very good afternoon. And I'm really happy and privileged to share the stage with all the women achievers and who mark their own career in their field of their own. So as far as Aditya L1 is concerned, we have already, it's not, the spacecraft is not exactly at that point L1. It's an orbit around the L1. And we have inserted very successfully, precisely into the halo orbit. And now all the observation has started, and the calibration of all the instruments, it has 7 instruments. And the calibration is in most of the instruments, it's completed, except for the one instrument, which Annapurni's Indian Institute of Astrophysics has given us. That initial work is going. Once that is done, all the commissioning phase will be over. And the spacecraft, the solar observatory will be ready for you observing.
Now, this is India's first solar mission. And Annapurni, tell us, why is it so important to observe the sun? I mean, it's our nearest star, of course. Why watch it?
Yeah, so thank you for inviting me here, and very happy to be with the rest of the achievers, artists, various professionals, etc. So I just wanted to tell you that we live with a star, right? So we have been living with a star. So what? Why do you want to study that star which you have been living with for so long, right? Now there's a change. Like, you have been living with the star, but with certain conditions. Some things it can burp, something it can throw up, something it can be very quiet. So how do you know when what happens, right? So that shapes up the life which is out there in the Earth. Now, you can also see that for some reason there's no life out there in the other planets. Something has happened there, so it should not happen here, so that we need to preserve that. And over and above, we have put certain gadgets up in the space, which has been progressively, we are making more and more gadgets out there, and they need to be protected. So there is a requirement for understanding the sun more and more. Now, did we study the sun earlier? Yes. How and where? From ground. So the Indian Institute of Astrophysics have been observing the sun for the last 100 years or so. From where? Kodaikanal, from our own Tamil Nadu. Kodaikanal Observatory is completing 125 years, and Indian Institute of Astrophysics have been taking pictures over the 100 years or so, and we can actually study the 11-year cycle of the sun. So we know that the sun goes through periodic cycles, that's 11 years, and sometimes it's very active, sometimes it's not active. This is studied. So what are you going to do from the space now? So space gives you various vantage points. You know that the sun rises and sets. So can you study the sun from the ground in 24 hours? No, unless you put the telescope on the other side and continuously observe. Point number 1. 2, from space it gives you large wavelength coverage. Our ozone stops high energy particles to come in. So can you say that the sun doesn't emit in high energy particles? No. So if you want to catch them, where will you put it? You put it up in space. So you have to do 2 things. You have to continuously monitor the sun, also do the collect the particles or the photons coming in various wavelengths. So if you want to do it, you have to put it in space. Now, why you want to go to L1? Why can't you put it up in space right now nearby, like the International Space Station? But International Space Station is in a smaller orbit, so it also, the Earth eclipses, so it just goes beyond the Earth sometimes. So L1, you have an unobstructed view of things. And as Nigar said, there are 7 instruments which will not only look at the sun, but also sample what is out there, because it's 1.5 million kilometers, remember. So this part, so in situ sampling as well as looking at the sun. So I hope you conveyed why we have to study the sun and why L1.
Excellent. I felt I was back in science class, the way you talked and with the lucidity that you spoke about. Just a very interesting fact is that Nigar grew up in Tenkasi, did her engineering degree from Madurai Kamraj University, am I right? And you studied in Palakkad, Victoria College, before you came to the Indian University. So the distance, I think, is just 230 kilometers on this. So, but tell us about the fact that coming from this small village, I would gather there, and this is many decades back, you wanted to become an engineer. Was there any resistance from home? Did people say, look, you need to get married? I mean, that was the time everybody said, what is engineering going to do? Was there a problem that you had and when you were studying as well?
No, actually, I have to thank my parents. Yeah. Because my father and mother both were very sure their children should get good education and they should be financially independent and they should stand on their legs. And my father is a graduate in mathematics, so he inculcated in all our their children a sense, a liking for science, that especially maths and physics. So we grew up in that circumstances, and there was no resistance, and we have been given full freedom to whatever we want. Though there are restrictions, because for my engineering, I got a seat in Gindi Engineering College, but though my parents are very much giving lot of freedom for us, but even then they were very skeptical about me sending that far to Chennai. And I still regret not able to study in Gindi Engineering College. So
your dad made sure you were very close to your... Okay.
They could allow me to go only to that far. So that was the scenario that time. But otherwise, we got all the freedom, and whatever I wanted to choose and study, that they were always willing to support it. And though initially there was a little resistance that they were telling that if you go for engineering and you have to search for a job and go elsewhere and all, and getting a boy is little very difficult. So they were advising better do medicine, then anywhere you can have your career. But they were sure that I should have a career of my own. So that's what, but I was very sure that I wanted to do engineering only. So they supported me.
Now tell me, in that class that you did there, how many girls were there? And now when you go back, what is the change you find?
Yeah, those days, the college where I studied, it is Government College of Engineering, Tirunelveli. They take 100 boys and 20 girls. That is the strength. They had 3 branches and 20 girls. That's the proportion that was there. And even in mechanical engineering, those days, girls were not allowed to take mechanical engineering as their choice subject, except for very few privileged city colleges. Other colleges don't allow us to study mechanical engineering, even though I am willing to do it. So now if you see, it's girls outnumber the boys in engineering colleges.
Wow. Coming to you, Victoria College, Palakkad, but I wanted to ask you something. I mean, fine, sorry, is this echoing? I think there's an echo. Yeah. Is there a mic on? No, it's okay. You know, engineering is one thing. Okay, her dad said fine, he was a mathematician and all. You are taking astrophysics. I mean, at that time, wouldn't your parents have said, what's this about? I mean, engineering was like pushing the envelope, but going to, study the stars, stay at night in telescopes that were there. Was that an issue at that time?
To be frank, I didn't know the term astrophysics or things like that. I just wanted to study the stars. Now, I just want to give you a glimpse of my journey. What happened earlier, like, Vidushi, Aruna Sairam and Nartiki Nagaraj said resonated much more with me because my parents are musicians. And I just wanted to convey that my father's uncle was a teacher of Aruna Sairam. So my family is basically a list of musicians, and my mother was a professor of music, my dad was a teacher, and also had classes at home. So from morning to night, there will be music. Either classes or lectures or someone visiting, or, there will be demonstrations or preparations for a concert or, group singing, etc. And I would participate, give it and learn. So I knew the entire trick of including notation. My mom will be singing, I have to take down the notation immediately because there won't be anybody. So all these things I'm learning, like someone said, a daughter would be learning everything. So I did that. But then at some point of time, I took a step back and said, what do I want to do? So I started looking at the sky and I grew up in Palakkad, and it is an interior place, and we have something called power cuts. And it is very hot. And you can't sit inside the house, you have to come out. So what do you do when you come out? You can't see anything across, so you just look at the sky. And then someone will say, oh, that is this star, that star. So why are stars there? You see that the pattern changing month by month. So then I started becoming curious, why is it like that there? Then how will you find out information? Nobody knows anything. You cannot go and ask them. Even you ask the teachers, he said that you will find out by yourself over a time scale. That is the answer you get. You can't find anything anywhere. So how do you do it? I found out that Hindu published this night sky charts, went to the library, requested them for cutting, and then I used to come and watch it. Even in the morning, I used to get up for studies. I used to look at the Milky Way. That is, you can see it very clearly, which you cannot see anywhere now. It's very important to, preserve the night sky. It's very important. I used to see the night sky, and I didn't know what it was. Whom will you ask? I have no idea. But I knew I wanted to do physics, but music was always the plan B, because I always supported it. I learned music, and I was playing violin. So I'm still a Carnatic violinist. So, how do you take both together? So I decided that, okay, if I take physics, I can take my violin along and play. But if I take violin, I cannot take my physics along. So I like to settle for physics. But when I got an option to do astrophysics, I joined Indian Institute of Astrophysics for my PhD. I took my first year of courses. And then at the end of the course, I have to decide what I want to do. I want to study the sun or the stars. But my heart was in stars. Okay. So there could be many suns out there, right? So I went to the Kavalur Observatory, which is also in Tamil Nadu, which is very close to Vellore. So we spent a night out there, and I said, this is where I want to spend. I want to look at the night sky. I will study this. I went and told that I'm taking a PhD program on star clusters. I'm going to go to Kavalar Observatory, take data from there. Next morning, my parents don't have any idea what I'm doing. They'll say, okay, if you want to do, you just go ahead and do. Just like Niga said, my college was chosen, which is at a walking distance, not the college which I could go by bus. Not the engineering college, which I had to stay in hostel. So these freedoms were allowed, but within the boundary conditions. So when my mom comes and tells me, why didn't you study the sun instead? Now, when did she start understanding the sun and the stars? I realized that she didn't want me to go and stay in the observatory the night. The only way to solve is that take her to the observatory, show her how interesting it is, and take along. So the moral of the story is that you have to take everybody along. Either someone said that you take your kid to the work. I also have taken my children to the observatory, put them to sleep in the observing floor. My son decided to look at the stars and understand how the telescope works. He became a mechanical engineer. My daughter, on the other hand, went down and looked at the spiders. So spiders will have this, the signature spider will make the web very, very nicely. So she started counting how many signature spiders are there. So if you create an ecosystem space around them, they will learn. You can't decide what they will learn. They will learn something. They will get inspired, something move, but then take them along. And that is the only way you can solve the situation.
Wonderful. A round of applause for that. Niga, let's talk about you. You also have a family. How did you strike the new, I think, politically correct word is work-life integration, not balance. How did you strike that?
Yeah, here I have a good support system. My mother is with me. So, because she could take care, because I don't have the facility those days, even the creche in my own campus to take the kids. So I used to live nearby my house, but afterwards my mother used to support me. So she was taking care of my kids when they come back school. So, but whenever I am back from work, I'll spend quality time. And also my children also, as they have that school or our environment, they have grown up in such a way. They do their homework. After 5th standard, they do their homeworks on their own. And their brother and sister, they support each other, and they don't wait for unless it's very big that is beyond there or some help they require, they come to me. Otherwise, they will be on their own, and after 5th standard, they used to be that also gives me a lot of relief that. And but at times I used to have a guilty feeling, but it is not correct to have that. That's what I feel now. See, it's the priority what you have to make between work and life at every point of time. And for as somebody from the earlier speakers told, it's each person the scenario is different. There is no universal solution for everything. So what I felt is prioritize. Maybe sometimes career is more, or the work is more priority, give more priority than family, or at times you have to give priority to the family. So that way, prioritize your work, have a good planning, have a good support system. That is the way you can have your goal achieved. At the same time, you can, it's not balance, it's integrate family and life.
Wonderful. Coming to you on a different question. You are head of the premier Astrophysics Research Institute. Do you face any kind of resistance from your male colleagues or from other parts when you head this institution, and how do you handle them?
So the Indian Institute of Astrophysics has a lot of field stations. It, the Kodaikanal Observatory started and then came to Bangalore. But we do have a lot of women there in various positions, and also as observers. So when I went to Kavalar for observations and nighttime astronomy, we actually saw women working there. So it was not that I was the first one to go there, and outside it was not known.
That's one thing to be a researcher, but I'm saying as the boss, and you have to tell all the men, do this and do that.
Yeah, so we had up to dean, but I'm the first director of this in the institution as a female director of this institution. So it is not generally apparent that there is a resistance as such, but then there would be not in general would be like to take orders from a woman, but then you always start feeling, tell them, explain properly what it is, how it is done. Then you start working with the team. There's absolutely no problem. We have not faced any problem like that. But as someone else pointed out, you cannot become a general in the army and demand that there is no war. So you become the director, you cannot demand that there is no problems. So it is better to accept that there will be problem every day, and it's up to you to solve it however you want it. And every day you start with, you'll be a little apprehensive. I don't know what problem I will come. Will I be able to solve? Then I tell myself, yesterday you had the same thought, you got up and you solved it, right? So today also there will be the same thing. Don't think, you can't think of a solution of a problem which has not come to you. So wait for the problem to come to you, think about it, you can definitely do it. So double dose of confidence and go ahead with it. So expect problems every day, and you are confident that you can solve it and move on. That's all I can say.
Nigar, Indian Space Research Organization, of course, has been, we had Chandrayaan, we've had a whole range of things where women have headed the projects. But when you were getting up on the ladder and doing things, was there a sense that, the gender issue started coming in? Did you have any issues convincing people, or you had to do double the dose to say that you knew your business?
As I remember, I didn't get much of resistance, because some few percentage will be there who will resist the female leadership or something. But always by your mettle and your knowledge, and you show them that you need to be respected, the respect automatically comes. So always it's irrespective of male or female, you show by your own example, and automatically everybody will respect you, and everybody will be very cordially work with you and work under you.
That's a good motto to follow on this. Let's come to, in terms of youngsters taking science. What are the 2 or 3 things you would say that the government needs to do to encourage more women in science than ever before? And where are those opportunities, or what are the things you feel can be enabling for them?
Yeah, so as a woman researcher, which I've climbed up to that level, certain things have helped me down the line, but also see issues which younger colleagues face. These are the following, like we have talked about this leaky pipeline and also, positions being available, etc. But the problem is when I wanted to join as a faculty, so I wasn't sure how it works. Many of you may also know that I want to do this. I'm just completed it. Many people come and ask me also, like, I have done this. I want to be a faculty. Now, how do I go about doing this? What do I stand a chance? Or what should I do extra to, break the gap and I be hired? So what happened was, there was an opportunity available which was actually lower than my qualification. I opted for taking that because I knew that a door is opening, I must take it. And then climb up by myself because I know I can do it. But if I don't know, if I had waited for a position which is agreeable to my qualification, that door will open or not, I do not know. It's not in my hands. So take it and then move forward. But now when you look at the competition, we have a lot more people are there, a lot more applications I get as a director when I'm screening in applications for faculty. What I find is that the amount of time which men get during the formative years is much more than the woman can put in. Because you have PhD time. It's a science, it takes a lot of time because you have masters and then you have a PhD time and then the postdoctoral time. Then you need to have proved publication, you need to have proved individual contribution to science, and then that is how you're judged. But during the same time, these are formative years, family formative years, you get married, they make family, the kids come. So the amount of time at the formative time is less for women compared to man. So it has to be, some organizations take cognizance of it. So give women a little more time to prove the same amount of material. So I suggest that the awards, if you look at in various forum, you see that women don't get awards, but men do get awards. Because if there's an age limit, the amount of time a woman has is less. So your productive will be less. You can't, it's simply impossible. Or you have to run some 200% of what is required. So there has to be some legit gap which is given so that you're not unnecessarily pressurized. Otherwise, are you going to look at your career? Are you going to look at your family? Are you going to look at, getting all these boxes so that you get awards? So it has to be a little more productive. And if you want more women to come in, workplaces also should understand that they can bring children to office and work with them, or take whatever is preferred, spend some time at home and complete the work. And it has to be a flexible time. Otherwise, we cannot bring the entire workforce back, the women folks back onto the work.
Very good points. Very good. Nika, I want to take you back to your village. Because how far is it from Chennai now? It's about 200, 300 kilometers?
600 kilometers.
600, okay. But in the heartland of Tamil Nadu. When you went back, after many years or after you'd done your thing, what was the, response you were getting from them? Do they know about Aditya, the work that you do, the heights that you've scaled?
Yeah. My town knows because the schools, they started appreciating. They have put banners of mine in their my primary school as well as my high school, and everyone they were so happy to felicitate me, and they were so happy that as if they have achieved it, and their town, a person from their own town achieved it. So everybody was very, very happy.
So what would you give if you saw a young Nigat over there, what would you tell her? What would you tell your, like you were at that age, 18, 19, and you were studying and trying hard for engineering and what would you tell her now or tell them now?
Yeah, what I tell them is they should have the self-belief, because our societal stigma makes us feel that we will not be able to do many things, and there is a restriction comes because of the stigma. So that's not the case. We should have a self-belief. We will be able to do anything what we pursue and what we really love to do and have a passion to do. So that's what everyone, whomever I meet, I'll tell you, have a self-belief on your capabilities and put up hard work and perseverance on achieving those goals. That's my point.
That's And Anupuri, you have the last word. We have got, we'll give you more than 20 seconds. So what is your advice to a young science student? And what would you want, 2 or 3 changes that you would think in science education that we require so that STEM subjects and others get popularity?
Yeah, okay. So time is important. It's important for everyone. So don't waste time. It's up to you. It's not like hard work. It's work smart. It's very important where you want to focus, what talent you want to improve. So focus on that and improve it. When I practice violin, I still practice violin. Sometimes I find time in the morning. Sometimes I find time in the evening. Sometimes I find time in the midnight. So finding time is very important. I get 15 minutes to practice. Yes, I want to know what I want to practice, not just randomly playing something. I said I want to improve upon it. Just focus and practice it. There is no escape of hard work. You have to work hard. Regarding science and technology, please understand the fundamentals. You may be told that you have to take only computer science because that's got only the future. But if you can learn computer science, you can do programming. But fundamental physics and mathematics is what lays the foundation. If you know it, you can build on anything on it. If the foundation is not good, you cannot build anything on it. So make sure that you put your foundation, keep asking why, how, what. Keep questioning it. You will be able to understand much better, and you will be able to have the confidence to take on anything coming in the next decade. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have got an absolute privilege. Let me tell you, in the next 5 years, both of them will be continuously in the news. As Aditya Solar Mission gets on, Annapurni's experiments also begin, and you have to keep that spacecraft stable over there. They are going to be constantly in news. They are our true stars. So let's give them a very warm round of applause.
Thanks for this wonderful session. Raj, requesting you to felicitate our esteemed guests. As we approach the last peg of our event, we will take a cinematic journey towards the next session, Pitch Perfect, carving a niche by navigating multiple languages. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to the very talented actor, Pooja Hegde.
Correct this
I have
huge,
India
huge
Today-
mistake. Sorry, I'll take over, Sonal. We need to play Arabic Kuthu, guys. We are in Chennai, and we have to play Arabic Kuthu because that's what Pooja Hegde went viral with, created a viral challenge. So we have to play that song, please. Please, Tech. Are we playing it? We can get someone from the audience to join it later on, but Pooja will do the viral step for us because this is where it all started. You must have shot the song here in Chennai. Are we going to wait a little longer or 2 seconds? Okay. I think it's kind of fitting that after a session where we spoke about stars and the sun, we speak to a pan-India star, Pooja Hegde. She's truly a global citizen in many ways.
I think this was a great way to warm up because it was so cold that now it's helped me warm up.
And you have done blockbusters. I mean, done 6 back-to-back blockbusters delivered. I don't know which actor can boast of that. That deserves an applause. She's done films in Tamil, in Telugu, in Hindi, and here she is in Chennai. And I think, Pooja, first thing, not many people know this, but your film journey actually started from the city. You had you participated in Miss India. You were noticed there. And this is where your cinematic journey started. Tell us a little bit about what was it like working here in Chennai? What was the young Pooja doing here and facing the camera for the first time? Yeah.
Where do I begin? I was actually a very shy kid. I had stage fright. I sometimes still do. I think it's my Miss India training which helps me for sure. But I was kind of modeling and I was a very lost child, so I was looking for what do I do next, because the artist in me wanted to do something more. So when the opportunity of doing my Tamil film came along, I was actually very apprehensive because I didn't think I could do it because having not been for it, gone for any kind of acting school or not really being part of this world, I was a little scared. And I remember talking to my mom when this film, they had approached me. And I said, I don't know if I can do it. And I think she gave me a very important lesson that day. She said, what is harm, like if, she said something really funny. She said, most people pay to learn acting, but here, just think that you will go there, you'll learn something, you'll learn about acting. And if you don't like it, you don't need to ever do it again. You can do something else. So I think somewhere, because you're so afraid of failing, you don't want to fail forward, and that's something that changed. And I thought, what's the worst that can happen? And when I went on set, like I said, I was a very lost child. I never knew what I wanted to do all my life. I was always very confused. And I just felt at home. I felt like this is where I belong. This is what I want to do. It's a very surreal feeling. It's very what you hear people saying all the time, but it genuinely felt like that. And from there, my journey began. I had to learn a lot. Like even technical terms were words that I was like still trying to learn. Like, I remember when the DOP, he used to say, focus. The cameraman would say, Pooja, focus. And I'm like, I'm focusing, I didn't know what he meant. So it was, or he would say, okay, 48 frames. And I'm like, what does that mean? Does that mean I need to do something differently? So I had to kind of just educate myself on set, learn. It was a very interesting process. And then after that, I said, okay, now this is what I want to do. Let me further dive into it.
So you, I think, can speak multiple languages. Not many people know this. You are technically not from Karnataka. You're a Bombay girl, born and brought up in Mumbai, but you speak Tulu.
I am a Mangalorean, so we speak Tulu at home, but...
Did that in any ways help you to negotiate South, Tamil, Telugu in any ways, or it's poles apart? And
yeah, it's a misconception actually, because... people think that just because you can speak Tulu, you can speak all the South languages, but it's really not the case. Of course, there's a way, probably, the way your tongue rolls or the way you say certain words, probably it might have helped with that. But I was a proper Mumbai girl, born and brought up there. My parents were born and brought up there. So it was a little challenging, but I've always loved languages. I don't think we should take languages as a barrier, because if we put our minds to something, we can always learn it. I mean, sometimes I always see kids singing a Spanish song, and I'm like, danza ko duro, what does that even mean? We don't know, but if you kind of like take it upon as a challenge, it's very interesting. So of course, I feel Tamil, Tulu, sometimes I find some similarities, but when I went to Telugu, it was a whole new language for me,
You want to say something to our audience here in Chennai in Tamil?
Eppadi irukkinga? Vanakkam.
But, this is also the industry, the South industry is also, which has seen some of the biggest female stars. You look at Sri Devi here, you look at Rekha here, they've all come from here. You are someone who's an example of, sort of working across languages. You've had Jayalalitha ji, who's also been a CM of the state. How do you see the industry, Pooja, since we are here at the India Today Women's Summit and talking about gender equity, how do you see the industry sort of doing, or industries in your case, because you'll have multiple perspectives, doing for roles for
I want them all languages.
Yeah. How do you think are the filmmakers writing enough challenging, meatier parts? As someone who's worked across industries, worked with some of the biggest superstars, how do you see the balances right now?
I think we really need to definitely write more films for women. I think it's a chicken and egg story, you know, where sometimes you say that, but there's no audience, but until you don't make the films, how are you going to have the audience? So it's a mix of both. But I think slowly we just need to concentrate on telling stories. That's the most important thing. When I watch a film, I watch it for two reasons, right? One is because I relate to the character, and the other reason probably is because I aspire to be that character, right? And we need to just constantly tell stories, inspire people through movies, because we have that advantage, and we have that voice which can really make a change. So I feel it's really important to tell stories of women so that to empower them. And I hope people write more stories. I think with even Barbie making $1 billion at the box office, it's a film that was written by a woman and directed by a woman and performed by a woman. And I have to give Ryan Gosling credit for doing a role in a film like that.
Yeah, so, I think you're touching a nerve here.
No, I mean, I think, whenever you should appreciate what someone is doing, because that probably could inspire someone else to be like, I want to be like Ryan Gosling, right? Yeah. So in the same way, so I feel like it's very important to tell women's stories for sure.
Are you getting enough, I'm just wondering, you'd speak of pan-India stars, right? Most of the names that come up are largely men, and people like you are an exception to it, who has had hits across languages. Why is it that we're not seeing that many women at the forefront leading that revolution? Is it lack of roles, or is it just...
I mean, Sridevi ma'am was also a pan-India star. Yeah. Rekha ma'am was a pan-India star. I think this pan-India word itself, now we should just get rid of it because it's becoming too common. But I think just concentrate, like I come back to telling good stories. For me, my journey of pan-India has been very different. I've never really had like that pan-India film, maybe up until Radhe Shyam. But I just concentrated on doing the right work, and I worked in that particular language, became established in that particular language and moved on. So my story is a little different from that in terms of, I genuinely think languages have a power of connecting. Like if I speak to a Gujarati in few words of Gujju, they get so excited. If I speak to someone in Tamil, they get excited, right? So I think it's just a way of connecting with people, and I've done the groundwork, and obviously audiences accepted me, loved me, they gave their verdict, and that's how it kind of became a pan-India thing.
But I think what we also need to take into account is that you are truly, in a way, in an industry, in a society where we have started talking a lot about nepotism, about nepo babies, insiders, outsiders. You truly are an outsider who's struck cold here. And you've seen your share of, I think your career in many ways is of highs, a little low, highs. What I wanted to understand is, what for you were like the biggest takeaways? You didn't have a godfather when you started out. So was it pretty much like learning on the job in many ways? And what would you tell people who want to start out in cinema? Because you've managed it. Yeah, it's multi-layered.
I think just don't think about the odds. You can beat the odds. I love beating the odds. And that's why I love sports, because there's this beautiful ad which I'd seen once which spoke about you can place your bets, but once the game begins, all bets are off, because passion, grit, determination are the things that matter. And I genuinely think that if you concentrate on why you're doing it and invest in yourself, you can truly beat the odds, because guys, I am an example of that. Because
but is the industry harder for outsiders? Did you find it harder
It's a different set of challenges for sure. I wish, it's like sometimes you need someone to guide you that, oh, probably this is not the film for you to do at that particular point, right? Even things like, because I come from a very, middle class background and very proud to come from the family that I come from. Things like dance classes or like acting classes, I would literally be so conscious about, saving my parents' money. I remember when I went for Miss India, I was a complete tomboy, and I never used to apply like makeup and stuff, and I went to a store to buy makeup, and it was like I was feeling so guilty that I spent so much of my parents' money on stuff like that. And I kept telling my mom that, I'm going to repay this someday, please, So I feel like it's the investment that you have to put in yourself. It's a different thing. You need someone to guide you to take the right offers at the right time. So it's a mix of everything. Yeah. Having said that, you still can do it, if you're passionate about what you do. I feel like I landed up in films. I mean, I want to say design. I would like to say it's written in the stars, ma'am. I know, Subramaniam, ma'am, you said that. But I think if you had look at the telescope and like close enough somewhere, it's written in there. You said you love to look at the stars, but I think it was genuinely written in there for me to kind of, be part of this industry. And the more I self-taught myself, I watched a lot of films, and I learned that I genuinely love films.
Yeah.
I love it.
I find it hard to believe that Pooja doesn't have dancing lessons, because if you have seen Butter Boma,
no, so...
you know that she can dance, right? She knows how to dance, right? Does everyone agree here? Yeah?
No, so I mean, my parents did put me in Bharatnatyam classes. People don't know that about me, but I have studied 10 years of Bharatnatyam. Yeah. But of course, that's it's a different form of dance, and I in fact learned a very structured, it's beautiful of course, but a different kind of Bharatnatyam dance, so that someone doesn't know about me. So,
but who wants to see Pooja do Butter Boma's iconic sex? I'm seeing some hands raised. Okay, wow, so many of them. Can we play? But you'll have to join her, because she won't do it on her own. Who's coming now? Somebody has to join her. That's a very iconic
and it's
step.
A very like easy
step. Yeah. Who's coming? Do we have any volunteers? Okay, yeah, we do. Yeah, can we just move on to the hook step, please? Yeah, and I've shared the links also, so we've got quite an audience. Do we have the song ready? But Bharatnatyam, huh? Yeah. We had a Bharatnatyam dancer here before. Yeah. But did you enjoy the classes? Was it in Bombay only?
It was in Bombay.
Yeah.
In fact, I genuinely enjoyed it. Like I said, I was very shy. So for me, dance was a way of expressing myself.
Yeah.
I learned a lot about discipline from that.
And you've danced with Allu Arjun and Vijay and managed to hold your own.
I think God gives me a lot of these challenges. I've always liked dance with like Hrithik, Allu Arjun, NTR. So
yeah, we should go. Yeah, that song has, I think, 1 billion views on YouTube. It's insane how many views that song has. I think, Pooja, we want to know a little bit about your fun side right now. What do you like to do when you are not on set and facing the camera? What is Pooja's idea of sort of like switching off and having a good time?
I love to watch a lot of things, films, shows. I learn. It's my way of doing my homework. I love playing games, like I'm a gamer.
Like video games? Like what sort of video games? Yeah.
So I love playing this game called Zelda.
Okay.
Yeah, so I like these games which have a story and then you have a mission and they're quite very elaborate, the world that they've built for us. So I was obsessed with this game called Zelda. Yeah, and I think it really helps you, you know. I have a Switch, so I always play that because I feel like I can take it on set.
Also, in between shots, you can...
Sometimes, you know, when you're waiting, like part of being an actor is you have to wait a lot. So sometimes you just need to, you know, divert your mind for a bit and it always helps.
I think, you know, a lot of people will look here and say, what's been your biggest lessons for you? It's interesting to me that your mother sort of pushed you and told you, you can do this. What is the advice you'd give to acting aspirants, particularly people who want to crack it in the industry? What does it take to sustain and survive in it, Pooja?
I think it takes a lot of determination, a lot of self-assurance, self-talk, because at the end of the day, it's just you speaking to yourself and pumping yourself up. I would say that don't run after fame. If you're trying to just be famous, there are plenty of other ways to be famous. But it's just not that. I feel like fame for me is just a byproduct of it. But the true fun for me is actually, you know, giving my heart into something. Like when I meet people and they tell me, oh, I really loved that song of yours or that scene or that character. For example, in Aravinda Samhita, I get a lot of compliments for my role.
And most eligible bachelor too.
Most eligible bachelor. So I genuinely feel so happy when people tell me things like that. I know, like, I remember my grandma was so ill and she was in the hospital and Jigil Rani had released at that time and she did a little bit of a dance, and after so many days of, you know, being so serious, when I saw that it brought a smile to her face, I felt like, wow, I'm so happy I do what I do because I can bring people joy. So I think it's the byproduct is fame. So don't run after that and just constantly just talk to yourself, pump up yourself, motivate yourself, because that's who you have.
I think the other thing not many people know, I think people know, but they see in your stories that you have somehow always been the fighter. When you participated in Miss India first, you didn't...
Daddy's warrior princess, I always say.
Your daddy's warrior princess. You didn't struck gold, you gave it another shot. Similarly with Hindi, you came back after a time and again resurrected your career. Similarly, I mean, in Telugu, you haven't had to see that, but I'm wondering, where does this never say die attitude of Pooja come from? You know, there have been a little few hiccups now, but we just know that you will never let it affect you, and you've never let it affect you. So where does it come from?
I don't want to say it doesn't affect me. Of course, it affects me sometimes, and I think it was Oprah Winfrey who always said that, you know, give yourself 10 minutes to cry. So I do that. And then I bounce back. I think it's seeing my mom and my dad. I think children do, like my parents led by example, to be honest. I always saw that they never brought work stress home, which is something I wish I could do. Like I have to give credit to my dad. He never brings work stress home. And I think it's always about just coming back to why am I doing this? You know, why am I doing this? Because I love doing films, I love working. And I think as artists, you should be allowed the liberty to fail. And that's the only way that you can create something new. You know, someone was once saying that, and I completely agree, because that's when I can create something different. So I think it's failure and success it's it's been, yes, a roller coaster ride for me, but I've seen the highs, I've seen the lows, and it's taught me a lot.
I think a lot of people here must be following you on Instagram, and you sort of know how to get challenges and trends going. Do you enjoy social media? Is that something like you particularly feel like karna padta hai, or do you like enjoy the merits of it? How does it work for you? A social media addict, or I have to share this hashtag and share this brand?
So the thing is, like, I try not taking pressure of aaj post karna hi hai. You know, until I don't want to say something or have to say something, I don't, I think, obviously when I was starting, sometimes when I look at my old interviews, I'm like, wow, I was so free and I was so, inhibited. Is that the right word? Uninhibited. I was so uninhibited at that time because I used to not think so much. Of course, social media has, everyone has an opinion these days. Everyone has something to say. So I also like to live my life a little privately, much to the dismay of my social media team. But I only post, I think there's a lot of negativity also out there.
Yes.
And for me, it's not like I don't have down days, but if I can encourage someone and spread positivity, I'd rather do that and speak about that because there is enough negativity out there. So I think it's important for me to just keep my spirits high because there are a lot of people who follow me and it probably makes their day, right?
We have only 2.5 minutes to go. I'm going to do a quick rapid fire with Pooja. You have to be honest.
Oh.
You have to be honest here, okay? So, what's a guilty pleasure?
Chocolate.
Chocolate?
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. You have like one every day? No.
Once I start, I don't stop. That's my problem.
If you could play a female icon on the big screen, who would it be?
Maybe Rekha, ma'am.
Rekha?
Yeah, I think she's such an interesting personality.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
What's your favorite film of hers?
Ghar was also amazing. She's done a lot of great work.
Yeah. Your favorite film of all time?
That's a tricky one because I have so many, and every time I watch something, I really get inspired. But I don't know, maybe 2001 Space Odyssey.
Wow.
Yeah, I loved it.
This is what shows you are a nerd. Huh? You're a full geek. She's chosen 2001 A Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick.
I don't know if you'll have seen it. I think it was a film that was way ahead of its time. I watched it recently and I was like in awe of how did they do this back then? How did he do it? How did he think of these shots? So
I know you're a fan of Oppenheimer too.
Yes,
as much
I
as you
am.
loved Barbie, but yeah. Current earworm, what's playing on your playlist? What's top on it?
I think because of the Grammys, Flowers.
Yeah, Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus. It's stuck in my head, yeah.
One thing you love most about Chennai?
Mysore Pak. I love that, and I love I genuinely had a great time shooting with, with my cast and crew of Beast. So whenever I come here, we always catch up. So the people, yeah.
If you weren't an actress, what would you be?
Like I said, I was a very lost child. I floated all my life, but something interesting, creative. I couldn't do like a 9 to 5. I always saw myself traveling. So maybe a photographer or something to do with fashion.
Fashion.
Yeah, I'd actually joined a fashion school, got admission, and then I went back and I told them, can I, start from next year so that I can finish my BCom and, simultaneously then I can do my fashion course and then the 1 year in London, and in that 1 year my entire life changed.
I was going to ask you, an actor you'd like to work with. I know you've worked with some of the biggest actors, but if you were to work in an actress, if you were to do like a 2-star film, a 2 superstar actress, who would it be?
Actress?
Actress.
Oh.
I'm spinning it because we're at the Women's Summit and...
Priyanka Chopra?
Yeah. Do you have followed her career, like the work that she's done?
I have.
Yeah.
Or maybe Tabu ma'am also. I worked with her shortly during Alavaikunta Paramlo, and I just love her vibe.
What's one talent that you have that not many people know of, that perhaps here in the audience not many know?
That I was a trained classical dancer. I don't
That's
think in
true.
my films I've ever done that. So that's something I would love to do.
Yeah. A blockbuster or a national award? You've already got a lot of blockbusters, so should I expect?
So are you hinting, will the national award for me? But a blockbuster that gives me the national award.
Fair point.
I would like the mass in the audience to give me that award, get me that national award.
Yeah, we should, right? Maybe we can will it here for Pooja. How would you like to be remembered, Pooja?
As being real.
Real?
Yeah, real.
And since...
I think just real, and a warrior is also great.
Yeah, that's Daddy's warrior princess,
Yes.
as they say. And I think a lot of people here want to know what's been the experience of working with like some of these biggest superstars, including Vijay, who's like a legend here. But yeah, in one line, what was it like working with Vijay?
It's very easy. And chilled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with Allu Arjun?
You have to constantly think and innovate. Yeah.
Prabhas?
He's a foodie, so maybe maintaining your diet while you're working with him.
And lastly, since your last co-star, Salman Khan.
Oh, that's another person you have to, like, I think no matter how much you prepare, that was my biggest learning. When you go on set, the more, if you do something more impromptu, that will probably be the take that's approved. Yeah.
I think we have to give a huge round of applause to Pooja. She's been so candid and shared her journey. And I think it's but obvious that we end the session with truly proving her pan-India star credentials. We've done a Tamil.
But listen, this game that you played with me, you have to play with the South Stars.
Yeah?
I would love to see the male South Stars answer these questions.
True. They never get asked this, right?
They don't. Yeah, so you're going to do that.
I am going to do that.
And send me the link.
Pakka. Done. We've played a Tamil song. We've played a Telugu song. But obviously play a Hindi song now to actually show that Pooja is truly a...
Listen.
Yeah, the latest one from Kisi Ka Bhai, Kisi Ka Jaan, Kisi Ki Jaan. Sharing Tamil, Telugu, sharing so much insight about your journey. And I hope you had a good time. I know you've got your share of Mysore Pak. You made sure you've got that.
Have.
She's got it from Sri Krishna.
It's my loot. I'm taking it back to
Mumbai. If you want to win over Pooja Hegde, that's what you need to do. Go to Sri Krishna Sweets and get Mysore Pak.
I just had a little bit before coming on stage today. Some courage.
Thank you so much, everyone. A round of applause for Pooja.
Thank you.
That was an engaging session. Yeah. So we have a very young fan of Pooja waiting for us here since morning. Kushmeen, can I have you on stage, please? No, Ranjit.
You know, kids are like, I have to say this. I really want to do something for kids because I feel so many of my fans are like just children. In fact, I got Beast because my director's son was a very big fan of me. So nowadays, whenever I meet people, every time they say, my child's a very big, son's a big fan of yours and all. And then they bring in these tiny tots and I'm like, okay. And then the other day I met a director and he said, my son wants to come and meet you. I said, of course, sure. So he said, if you can wait for some time. So I waited and I was expecting to see a child and it was a teenager. And I was like, oh my God, thank God for having this demographic too. But definitely need to do something for these little tots.
May I request India Today's managing editor, Sahaya Ranji, to come up on stage for the felicitation ceremony. Pooja, just please be on the stage for a second. Thanks a lot, Pooja. It was wonderful having you here and appreciate your time. And with this, India Today Women's Summit Tamil Nadu comes to a close. But before we proceed, I would like to express my gratitude to our honored guests, our speakers, and of course our wonderful audience for taking out the time to be here today. Let's also take a quick moment to thank our sponsors. The event's co-sponsor is Anuj Tiles and associate sponsor are Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, and Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. I've personally learned a lot from this conclave, and I hope you did too. Please join us for lunch. It is being served outside. See you next year. Have a good day.